That's a carrot card. Carrot. Oh. Way better than Jan. What up? And what am I gonna do now? What am I gonna do now? Formless monster. Damn. Why would you add a freaking increases physical damage and physical damage and physical on shadow? Damn, he added the sand pouring card? My Steam. Let me see, it's 50 already? Is there a costume? Diving goggles, eggshell, mask, P glasses. Bandana, turban, red bandana, glasses, sensor bar. Cake hat? Chef hat. Wait, what? 200 zenny. Diver goggles. Diving goggles. What? Geek glasses. Goggles. Where's sunglasses? Corsair cross hat. Monk hat. Cake hat. ET. Ooh, cigarette. There's a monocle? This is 1 million zenny. Where's sunglasses? $2 million zennies. On A selection? I didn't see it. Is it this one? Fashionable glasses? I don't see sunglasses. Sunday. Oh, there it is. It's fucking 1 million to get a custom. You gotta be kidding me, man. Fucking 1 milli? Million? Would be, let's get a cigarette. Here. $500K. Cigarette. Then there's pipe. Oh, thanks for that, dude. I didn't see it. $1 million for sunglasses. What about the bubble gum? I didn't see bubble gum. Magic vendor. Where do I get that bubble now? This one right here. This one's stacked. $1 million? Nope. Costs 500K. That's crazy. 500K, 1 million. This guy is so lucky. +7 Divinity Bow. Mist castes. These are very expensive. Oh yeah, I can. Actually. Be right back. to farm. What should I farm now?
To last.
What about Yep.
So, I've been playing MMOs since I was 4. I'm not kidding, I used to sit in my dad's lap and watch him play EverQuest. I even had my very own level 3 Barbarian Warrior. I was 4 in the year 2000, so yes, I'm old. However, one widely debated topic is what actually is the first MMORPG? Was it the early adaptations of Dungeons & Dragons into multi-user dungeons and text-based simulations? Was it the first time that anyone connected with anyone online and acted in a role? Neverwinter Nights comes to mind as the first graphical MMO, but really where this debate gets heated is around the very subjective definition of the term massive. Just how many people are actually required in order for a game to be deemed massively multiplayer? Personally, I believe that Neverwinter Nights is the earliest representation of what we've generally come to recognize and understand as MMOs today. Beyond having graphics and the connection fees, the persistent world and community aspects of the game
Concha, you're still awake? You're listening to Josh Strife or Way Dot? It's Way Dot. It's Way Dot. Yo, look at this. I got it, dude. I got. Excuse me. It took me a while, but I got it. I'm ready for Endless Tower. Dude, I don't even know what I'm gonna do next. And you know what? Apparently, they're not gonna add slotted sunglasses. I talked to the developers. They're not gonna add it. So it's just gonna be sunglasses. That's it. Yeah, sunglasses and pretty much, yeah. I don't even know. Maybe farm another compo? You can farm Zenny slot on your panties. That's true. I can farm it. Get muffler with Raider card? You mean this one? Raider card. It's fucking 2 million, man. Holy shit. 2.5 million. I don't think this one's gonna help me at all. Increases resistance, not. Wouldn't be Ninetales be better? Ninetales card? I believe it was Ninetales. There's no Ninetales card? What? There we go. Ninetail card, not Ninetales. Look at that. Cup bow. See? Giant Whisper card. Look at the prize, man. 15 million. What the fuck? I don't think this one's gonna help me at all. For sniper. Because right now, I'm thinking farming for sniper gear. Right? Hold up. Let me pull up. Alright, let's do this. Alright, sniper build. Right. Headgear 1. We need Yuli's cap. Yuli's cap. Plus Vanberg card. Headgear 2. This is the middle part. Probably just binoculars, that's it. Alright. Headgear 3, this would be lower part. I already got it, right? Scouting scarf. sunglasses slotted, it's not gonna be on this game. They said they're not gonna implement slotted sunglasses. Sniping suit? Sniping suit? That what is that? Sniping suit? Sniping suits helps require muscle. Yo, what the fuck? This one exists? No way. But it but I'm missing Agi because I don't know if I can find. Okay. Okay. You know what? Armor. For now, panties because it's cheap. You know, slotted panties cheap. Plus, I'm thinking ancient, mimic card, right? And then or that. What is that? Sniping suit. Or tights. Tights is just one agi, right? Tights. Slotted. Right? What's a weapon? Plus 10. Plus 10 comp bow. Right? Slotted 4. Plus 2 Cecile. This is the cards that I want. 1 Bone Sure. Plus what's the other one? Paper card. 1 the paper one. Right? Or square paper. And then garment. Gakam? I could add Gakam, but then it's only gonna be like 2 slotted though. Gakam slotted. Garment would be undershirt slotted. Alright, because this one goes in hand with this one. Panties and undershirt. So undershirt 1 plus Bakuret junior card. And then accessories. No, shoes. Crystal. Pumps. Then accessory. Brooch. 01. Brooch. 1 plus Kukray. That's it. Pretty much Kukray. What's a Valk? Let's put ore here. Because Gakam plus 2 Cecile. Because I'm trying to achieve 190 attack speed. Valk shoot? Yep, Cecile. Valk shoes? This one's actually good. I'll think about this one. Sniping suit. I'll play around with it. Valk shoes. Valk. Oh, you're talking about the Valkyrie set. Is that the one you're talking about? There's armor, mantle, and shoes. Valkyrian shoes. This one right here. What? I don't feel like this one's good enough. Indestructible, except in upgrade attempts. Maximum HP plus 5. I don't think that's. I'm looking for damage output. Is there shoes that gives damage output like what I have right now? Like this one, because this one gives me 5 luck. I don't think any other cars or, you know, shoes have this. Right? Dude, the sniping suit? What's the sniping suit actually? Sniping suit. Oh my gosh, dude. It actually depends on my luck rate. Bonus luck. And then you divide it by 10. For solo, okay. But for group stuff, need other stuff. This is for solo, pretty much. But the sniping suit that you just told me, that one's actually good. I could work. Huh. Because the thing is, this one gives Agi plus 5 with undershirt. Where can I get, if I remove this panty right here, and then I remove this one, I could, because I could swap this one with sniping suit and then remove this one and maybe change it with male thief bug card, maybe. Is there any other shoes that gives out Agi? Because these two right here gives out plus 5. I need to at least offset or find another way to get plus 5 Agi, even plus 10 flee rate. I don't think there's any other like armor or set that I could get plus 5. Because if I add, I'm gonna add Baphomet Junior card on this one. That'll give me like plus 3 Agi with even more speed. I don't know any other freaking. This one's really good. Sniping suit. Man, this one is it's a minute boss. I don't think I'll be able to get that guy. That's crazy. But yeah, this one, tights or sniping suit. At least use it for solo content like leveling for group, or will you use sharpshooting? Yeah. Yeah, I could use it for solo leveling. But I think I'm set for now for this one. That's let's put it that way. I'm okay with this one. Or maybe this. This one's gonna be the hardest one to farm. The paper card. It's gonna like drain so much SP, dude. Of course. Jesus, the paper card. Because if you look at it, I could use it for ABB. Gakung to Cecile. Gakung is very what do you call that? Versatile. Look at this one. It's insane. I don't know about the cards though. Yeah, it's high base damage. That's why it's good. Because it's gonna drain 1 SP from its owner each attack. That's crazy. Damn, I really want this one. Where's the other one? Forgot the other one. Gulpy? Is that the name? There's a bow, arbalists. What about this one? Gulpy's an MVP? Is that the name? What's the name of the boss? Or what's the name of the MVP? Because this one, you can use this one too. Arbalist +2. Or, I mean, this is for DS though. This is actually insane. +2 dex. But this is what I want though. This one is gonna be the hardest. I might just go back and farm again. If you have it, use it. I don't have it. I don't have it. Yeah, this is gonna be the hardest one for me. It's gonna cost me a lot of money. This one, maybe. This one's gonna cost me this one and this one. I need to farm Zenny for this. I don't know about this too. Fuck. It's gonna take forever. Raydrick Archer is not an easy farm? Wait, really? I thought it's an easy farm. It's just Raydrick. This one right here. I thought, yeah, it's It's freaking 0.03. Not many spawn. Yeah, that's true. It doesn't spawn that well. The spawn rate's really low. I mean, there's 19 of them. Look at that. There's like 20 of them. This one's gotta be the hardest. Ancient Mimic and this one. Yeah, I saw that one. Falcon Blitz. Falcon Blitz. Yeah, I saw that one. That one is hard, dude. That one is Biolabs. That one is a Biolabs. You get it from Cecile, dude. Yeah, I saw that one. I don't know about this, dude. This one's gotta be hard. I want it +7 too. Increases damage. You know what's a good bow, dude? Double bound. This one right here. Look at that, slotted three slots, and 1% chance of auto casting double straight. This one's legit good too. I think if you're DS, well, not really. You know what? If you're just an ABB or DS, I think this one will be good too. Yeah. That's the farm bow. You got it from Giant Hornet. There's only like 10 times. 10. Bonus DPS. Yeah, that's true. It's gonna cost me a lot of mana, dude. Or SP. Because if I get the paper, let's say I got that one, right? I don't think I'm gonna get... No. Okay, if I get this one, then paper card won't be on this one. Because Van Burke gives me 100%. I need this one. And then that Van Burke goes with this one really well. Look at it. %50 more critical damage. So Van Burke and this one goes really well. Cursed Hand. Cursed Hand. What the fuck is this? This one? It's an armor. I don't think I'm gonna need this one. Ace from Satan Morok? Yeah, I had to kill Satan. Dude, I had to kill Satan Morok for that. I don't think I'm gonna get Incarnation of Morok from this woman. I don't think I'm gonna kill that. You need Star Glady for it. What's a Star Glady? Star Glady? No. Dude, you know what? Look at this one. How come this one... You can enchant this one? Tech 1 class? Yeah, but I need Tech 1 class for that, yeah. Most of the time I solo. Once I get to Sniper class, which boss can I solo? Yeah, I like Ballista too, dude. Ballista looks good. It looks good for like farming weapon. I'm gonna get that. One day I'm gonna get that, and then I'm gonna up it. Dracula drop? Yeah, it's a Dracula drop. I wanna enchant that one. I wanna put a slot on it and then +7, and then I'm gonna put Magnolia on it. It's really good for farming. Ballista, I really like Ballista. Because if you look at the damage, it's 145. I really like that one. They were selling it for like 2 million, but it's not slotted. Bandwork. What else? What else do I need? You don't know what server go. There are things that they're not allowed to do here in servers. It's like they didn't implement it. Like for example, right? Sunglasses. I could have put like sunglasses. Like or sun glasses. Glasses 1, right? With I don't know, plus Holden card. Yeah, Holden card. Just luck. But they're not gonna implement this one, so yeah. They're not gonna add that too. I mean, they're gonna add the NPC slotted, but the sunglasses specifically, they're not gonna put this one. Slotted sunglasses. Not even a quest. So it, yeah, basically it's gonna be, you know, non-existent. That's why I'm stuck with binoculars. But this one's gonna be the hardest one right here. Yuli's cap with Vanberg card. I only get this from freaking MVP, dude. From this guy. This guy has 1 million. Oh, 10. Yeah, 1 million HP. That is insane. Look at that 1% drop rate. That is so good. What's Alden's blessing? Man, this one's actually good. What the fuck is this? Look at this. Plus Agi too. I might do this. I don't know. I might, once I get all my items, and then I'm gonna play around with this one. No, but they told me, oh shit, they told me they're not gonna put this one. They're not gonna put middle headgear slotted, so there will be no slotted headgear for this one. Only here. No middle, no slotted headgear for this one. Middle headgear, because this one's top, middle, and then bottom. Yeah, or lower. So no middle headgear. Slotted. That's why. I was thinking doing this. Sunglasses and then Holden card. But then they told me they're not gonna put sunglasses slotted one. Monocle, I mean, has one. Yeah, they're not gonna add any middle headgear slotted. They're not gonna add it. So there will be only one headgear. Which one? Which I don't know, dude. It's kind of lame. They're not gonna add. So monocle slotted one, sunglasses slotted. Any slots on the middle part. It's not gonna be on this game. They said. Because I don't know why they said like, oh, they're gonna do too much damage and all that shit. I don't know why, dude. So I'm stuck with binoculars. Monocle's not. Yeah, it's not gonna be added to. That's sad, dude. I want to do so many things. We'll see what they update and whatnot. Yeah. I mean, I talked to the developers. They said they're not gonna add it. I talked to them in Discord. I don't know why. But my main goal for now is farm as much Zennies as I can and get a +10 combo again. I'll stick to this one for now. Once I get my sniper build too. We'll read the patch notes. Help you too? Yeah, I will read the patch notes, yeah. I mean, the developers are pretty active on Discord. So, yeah, I could just, like, you know, ask them and talk to them. Where can I get these costumes, dude? Man, I'm honestly excited. I want to farm all these dudes. I want to farm it. I already got this. I just need this part and this part. This one's gonna be the most expensive shit. It's gonna be like 5 million, and this one will cost like another 5 million. I can guarantee you, dude. This one's already like worth 5 million. Hopefully this one's just 1 million. Because if you look at this one, you get 1 Agi for every luck. Legit good. McDonald's. Guess I need to start farming for combo. I'm gonna start with that one. But that's my main goal for now. This one's gonna be hard. Oh man. Are you going to bed? Okay. Have a nice sleep, man. See you. Damn, what time is in Germany right now? What the fuck? Is it super late in Germany? Germany time. It's freaking 9. Yeah. Thanks, dude. Alright. Have a nice sleep, man. It's 21. Damn. Yeah, it's 9. Damn, that's kind of... Alright, I'm done with this. I'm gonna start farming first for another bow. Alright, good luck, dude. BRB.
more similar to the modern MMOs that we play today. Now, according to Wikipedia, on their list of all MMORPGs that ever existed ever, admittedly it's missing some key titles. But according to Wikipedia, Meridian 59 debuts as the first MMO, released in 1996. Well, the starting point of today's video is 1995, and Neverwinter Nights was active between 1991 and 1997, so that's going to be our starting point. Today, we're going to go through every single year from 1995 to 2025, the present day, exploring all of the major MMOs that were released and learning how each of those actually impacted the genre. I want to find out when MMOs were their most popular and when that popularity started to fade, and why. And also, at the end, we can talk about the future of MMOs, what games I'm actually excited about, but also what worries me about the future of MMOs as a genre. This is gonna be a long one, but it should hopefully be a good one, so let's get into it. So, the year is 1995. I was currently in the process of being made. I don't want to think about it. But also, Coolio's hit song, Gangster's Paradise, was probably being played on the radio, and Neverwinter Nights have been active for around 4 years at this point, basically existing as the only graphical MMO. Set in the Forgotten Realm city of Neverwinter, chosen for its magical allure and diverse terrain, this game allowed players to create characters and explore a persistent world. Its interface featured a mix of text interactions and a graphical window displaying characters and environments, switching to a full-screen icon-based combat mode during battles. Initially, it supported 50 players per server, but its capacity grew to 500 by 1995, reflecting its rising popularity. Neverwinter Nights pioneered features like player guilds and PvP combat, laying the groundwork for MMO staples. It actually costed $6 per hour initially, but it later became free with AOL subscriptions, boosting accessibility. Despite only one expansion in 1992 and its closure in 1997 due to AOL disputes, its legacy endured. And really, this is the starting point. Everything we know about MMOs started right here, with these absolute pioneers of the genre. They had no idea what was to come in the future. So, 1996, a leap year, by the way. I was a swaddling young babe basking in my mother's arms. It's the year that Tupac didn't get shot, and Friends had just wrapped up its second season. And for some reason, it was labeled the year of eradicating poverty. I guess they just forgot about me. But on October 7th, the world as we knew it would change forever. Developers Archetype Interactive and publishers 3DO Company would release the first 3D graphical MMO to ever exist, Meridian 59. It makes me wonder, did these developers actually know that in the next decade someone would die from playing too many MMOs? Or that a woman would be selling herself on Craigslist for an in-game mount? Probably not, but that's the sort of cultural impact that this very moment would lead to. So, Meridian 59 was a persistent 2.5D online world where players created characters without rigid classes, instead developing skills through a flexible system based on 1 school of weaponcraft and 6 schools of magic. Gameplay focused heavily on player interaction and PvP combat in a persistent world, where adventurers explored, fought monsters, and engaged in quests. The game featured a pretty harsh death penalty where you lost your items and skill proficiency, which is essentially experience. It's actually still very much playable today. You can literally hop on Steam and download it for free yourself. While it looks and plays extremely outdated with strange controls and a rather difficult to understand environment, it's still a ton of fun to go back, almost like a time machine, and see a groundbreaking mix of exploration, combat, and player-driven politics, all wrapped up in a 3D graphical interface that evolved from the multi-user dungeon traditions. This is truly the turning point that set the stage for all future MMOs. While I personally don't find Meridian 59 all that compelling or even fun in the modern day, there's a rich history there, and you have to respect it. Meridian 59 literally did it first. One other important thing to mention in 1996 is a game called Nexus: The Kingdom of Winds. This was a Korean-made 2D tile-based MMO that is also very much still playable to this day. And the popular MMO Lineage was based on a fork of the Nexus server software, and one of the developers of Lineage, Jake Song, was actually one of the original developers of Nexus. Speaking of which, 1997, the year that computers first beat humans across the chessboard. So now we're in that weird gray area where computers are smarter than us, but still not stronger, thankfully. Anyway, 1997 saw the release of 2 major MMOs in the space, both of which are actually still playable, but one of them is actually still very active even to this day. Both of these games made a debut on my channel in a recent video where I tried every 2D MMO, and people were not happy with my opinions about playing these games in 2025. The first of which was released on September 4th, Ultima Online. Now, Ultima itself was originally a series of open-world fantasy role-playing games that actually sold over 2 million copies by 1997. But with tech getting better and it being the developer's first stab at a persistent online game, a bunch of fresh mechanics popped up. Since it was kind of a social and economic test run, the devs had to figure out how to handle tons of player interaction while juggling the old-school philosophy where players were expected to be the star of the show, like in most single-player games. Ultima was one of the first MMOs to achieve widespread success, far outperforming their sales projections. And unfortunately, due to many years of changing ownership, rebranding, re-releasing, it's often overlooked when people talk about its influence on the early days of MMOs. Ultima even featured a player-driven government and voting system and provided worlds that could support upwards of 2,500 players, at a time when that was basically unheard of. In 2025, Ultima's a little outdated and difficult to use, the interface is strange, the controls are interesting, but once again, as a piece of MMO history, it deserves to be respected. However, that wasn't the only major MMO to come out in 1997. We can't forget about Tibia, a game that to this very day has an extremely active player base. Although we can't know the exact player base, we can make some safe assumptions. For example, on Twitch right now, there are 8.2 thousand people live watching others play Tibia. Tibia also offered a 2D top-down tile-based fantasy world inspired by multi-user dungeons. At launch, gameplay was extremely basic. There was no combat, just a small 160 by 160 tile map where players could walk around, chat, and interact. The first player, Alb, actually joined days after the game's release and was greeted by the creators as a god. By mid-1997, with updates like Alpha 3.0, core mechanics started to emerge. Players could fight basic monsters using melee weapons, explore a slightly expanded 512 by 512 tile map, as well as enter early structures and fish or stack items. In 2025, however, you can pick a vocation or a class, such as a knight, paladin, sorcerer, druid, or the new 2025 monk. Yes, a class is literally being released this year on Tibia. You can dive into a massive map to hunt monsters, grind skills, and chase loot. There's no level cap, and it has pretty bad death penalties where you lose XP and gear, but overall it's a massively popular game still to this day. And it's easily one of the most successful long-running MMOs, considering it's been around for 27 years at this point. Next up, 1998. What happened in 98? Oh, Sex and the City. Huge, actually. But also, in 1998, NCSoft joins the space, a major player in MMOs because they released titles such as Lineage 2, Guild Wars, City of Heroes, and even more recently, Throne and Liberty. This all happened because that individual I mentioned earlier, Jake Song, who originally worked as a developer on Nexus, the Kingdom of Winds, caught the attention of the founder of NCSoft, who then went on to develop the first Lineage. Jake Song would eventually go on to become vice president of NCSoft and later on founded XL Games, which we'll talk about later. Safe to say, this guy's had an impact on the MMO genre. Anyway, Lineage was a 2D isometric MMO set in the medieval fantasy world of Aiden. Players chose from 5 classes: Knight, Mage, Elf, Prince, Princess, or Dark Elf, each with distinct strengths like melee prowess, magic, or agility. Gameplay centered on grinding, slaying monsters to level up. There was no level cap, though progression slowed drastically past level 50. Combat was point and click, the world was vast but sparse, exploration and PvE were big deals, but PvP really stole the show. Open world battles and massive castle sieges defined the endgame. Clans fought for control of castles, which actually granted tax rights and prestige. Crafting and trading also existed, but they were basic and gear mostly came from drops or player trading. Lineage was really one of the first MMOs to popularize the large-scale, player-driven PvP combat, which is something that developers to this very day are still trying to do right. So, 1999, an absolute banger of a year. We're talking SpongeBob, Family Guy, The Matrix, Fight Club, and most importantly, the last time I felt true, genuine happiness. But also, we saw the release of the first MMO to truly tap into a Western audience. My first MMO I ever played, EverQuest, often jokingly renamed as Evercrack for just how addictive this game actually was. EverQuest exploded in popularity, hitting 550,000 subscribers by 2004. Sony Online Entertainment took full control from Verint in 2001, pumping out 17 expansions by 2010, starting with The Ruins of Kunark. And it's still receiving expansions, with the most recent one releasing in 2024, The Outer Brood. Though in this day and age, it's mostly played on private servers such as Project 99. We also see time-lock progression servers where the game is reset to its base form and follows the chronological release pattern of all its expansions. This way, players can go back and relive the experience or hop in and play whenever they thought the game was in its best state. This game will always hold an important place in my heart, as I remember watching my dad ding level 60 on his half-elf ranger, and I remember creating character after character because I kept getting lost. It was my first introduction to MMOs, and now here I am, 20-some years later, making a video about MMOs. Anyway, the year 2000, the turn of the millennia, the end of the world as we knew it, and the day the world stopped. And also, so did MMO production, apparently. There was not a single significant MMORPG released in the year 2000. However, Phantasy Star Online was released for the Dreamcast, and this was a pretty significant moment as it was the first online RPG available on consoles, though you could only play with up to 3 others. Of course, Phantasy Star Online 2 is still a prominent MMO that people play even today, but I guess in the year 2000, we can mostly look back to the roots of Phantasy Star. Now, 2001. Spoilers, the world didn't end. Some bad stuff happened, but the world didn't end, so that's good. But what did end was our streak of not having a top 3 MMO mentioned in this list. 2001 was a very important year for the MMO genre. I would even go as far as to say that this and the next 3 years are the single most defining years of the entire genre. This is where we start to see MMOs really grow in popularity, accessibility, mainstream attention. This is where you could start going to school and potentially talk to somebody else who actually played another MMO. But 3 really important games came out in 2001, though there is one game that stood out from the rest. First off, we have Anarchy Online, which launched on June 27th by Norwegian developer Funcom. It was the first sci-fi MMO. Let that sink in. Set on the desert planet of Rubicon 30,000 years in the future. Unfortunately, it was viewed as one of the genre's messiest debuts. It introduced dynamic quests, instancing a sprawling universe where players could shape their roles amid conflict between the Omnitech Corporation, rebel clans, and neutral factions. However, due to its rocky release featuring server overload, billing issues, and bugs galore, Funcom ended up spending 6 months trying to fix it, and later offering free trials just to rebuild player trust. Anarchy Online still exists in a playable state on Steam. You can literally just go download it, and for that reason, it's regarded as one of the longest running MMOs to date. But our next release in 2001, a widely recognized classic for the genre, Dark Age of Camelot. While not really redefining the entire genre itself, Dark Age of Camelot did what it set out to do. And it did that really well. It hit the scene with modest expectations, but quickly gained traction for its innovative realm vs. realm PvP. Dark Age of Camelot also seamlessly mixed PvE leveling with a realm vs. realm endgame, showing that MMOs could cater to both cooperative and competitive players. I never personally got the chance to try Dark Age of Camelot, but it's often remembered quite fondly, and people are massively nostalgic for this title, and it's still very much playable to this day. However, with all that being said, we have an extremely important title that was released in 2001. Though no one knew it at the time, this would end up being one of the top 3 MMOs in 2025, and honestly, the foreseeable future. 2001 featured the release of RuneScape. Well, RuneScape Classic. RuneScape began as a passion project by brothers Andrew and Paul Gower, launching on January 4th, 2001 from their parents' house in the UK. It was built on Andrew's prior Devious Mud, and it debuted as a free-to-play browser-based 2D MMO with a medieval fantasy vibe, coded in Java for wide accessibility. And accessibility is really the important part here. RuneScape changed what was previously known about accessing MMOs. Prior to this, you were going to have a decent computer for the time, and you were probably going to have to go out and actually get a physical copy of whatever game you were trying to play. And then you would have to come home and install that game with a disc or multiple discs to your PC. But RuneScape was a fully browser-based game that anyone with a family computer and an internet connection could log into for free, with an optional subscription service known as membership, which just allowed players to access more of the game. This free-to-play model, along with its classless skill-based system, the player-driven economy, the depth and charm of its questing, the seamless world-to-world transition that allowed everyone to play with everyone at all times, when a lot of these things weren't even considered the norm or even possible, it was basically the definition of lightning in a bottle. And that's why even today RuneScape is boasting over 140,000 concurrent players across both its old-school variant and RuneScape 3, firmly cementing it as one of the most popular MMOs that you can play right now. So, 2002. Tobey Maguire as Spider-Man. Do I have to say anything else? But in terms of MMOs, we saw a few releases that I think were pretty important regarding the genre's future. However, once again, one in particular stands out from the rest. And that is Final Fantasy XI, the first of Square Enix's multiple attempts to break into the MMO genre set in a Final Fantasy universe. Considering the popularity of Final Fantasy XIV these days, it's pretty interesting to see where it all started. Final Fantasy XI dropped players into the vast, persistent world of Vana'diel, and you started by picking a race: human, elven, Tarataru, Mithra, or Galka. And one of the 6 jobs: warrior, monk, white mage, black mage, red mage, or thief, each with distinct roles like tanking, healing, or damage. And at level 30, you could actually unlock advanced jobs like paladin or dark knight. Or you could even pair a sub-job for hybrid builds, which allowed for some pretty deep customization. Gameplay was slow and group-focused, soloing was tough, most content demanded parties of 6 or alliances of up to 18 for big fights. Combat was real-time but turn-based in feel, with auto-attacks and manual ability triggers, paced by a steep learning curve, and death stung. You lost XP and you could actually de-level. Though still quite popular today through mostly private servers, Final Fantasy XI serves as a sort of historical time machine, as we can see Square's first foray into the MMO genre that they would grow to dominate later on. Next, 2003. Things started to really ramp up. We saw the release of the iTunes Music Store. Remember, songs were like $1.29 a piece. And songs were like trading cards. You would take your iPod to school and show off all your new music to your friends, and things were also ramping up for the MMO genre. There was honestly too many 2003 releases for MMOs that were important or significant, but a few of them stood out. First off, we have Second Life, which is kind of an MMO, but it was also kind of just the precursor to VR chat. It was considered an MMO at the time, but looking back on it, it was more just a virtual sandbox. Unlike progression-based MMOs, Second Life focused on creativity and social interaction. Players created avatars, built environments, and shaped the economy using Linden dollars. It actually hit 1 million regular users by 2007, and there are a ton of stories regarding this MMO, and most of them are controversial. A lot of people literally treated this game as if it was their second life, even leading to relationship-ending cheating scandals. 2003 was a crazy time. Next up, we had none other than Star Wars Galaxies. It promised a living galaxy where players could be Jedi, smugglers, or dancers on planets like Tatooine. The pre-launch hype was massive, over 100,000 beta signups. But unfortunately, it stumbled out the gate with bugs, lag, and missing features like space combat, peaking at 300,000 subscribers in 2004. Now, Star Wars Galaxies didn't dominate like EverQuest, but its bold vision proved that MMOs could be immersive simulations and not just goal-oriented questing machines. Whenever people talk about an old MMO that they truly miss, Galaxies is usually one of the first titles brought to the conversation. It was shut down in 2011, and though some private servers do exist, they are often difficult to install and unfortunately are not really that populated. 2003 also saw the release of Lineage 2, the sequel to the previously mentioned Lineage 1. NCSoft, the developers, swapped the 2D sprites for a 3D Unreal Engine world, aiming to modernize its predecessor's formula. Lineage 2 basically just refined and amplified what it was already known to do quite well: large-scale siege PvP, clan power with players controlling castles and resources, which would drive politics and start rivalries. And while it really didn't redefine the wheel, it continued to prove that a PvP, player-focused, driven, grindy formula was a mainstay in the MMO space. We're not done yet, however, as 2003 also saw the release of the absolutely massive 2D side-scrolling phenomenon that was MapleStory. It was a cute MMO with big-eyed characters where you would be whacking monsters in Maple World. Nexon scooped up MapleStory in 2005 and took it global. MapleStory dropped you as a newbie on Victoria Island, and you picked one of the 4 jobs: warrior, magician, bowman, or thief. And then you just started slaying mobs like snails and mushrooms. It was all about grinding. Kill stuff, earn XP, level up. Unfortunately though, MapleStory, while free to play, was one of the first MMOs to really popularize the microtransaction by dangling cool outfits for a few bucks. In 2010, it actually hit 92 million users, and it's still playable and quite popular even in 2025. It probably helps that over its lifetime, MapleStory has seen 5 billion with a B in revenue. Insane. It's not personally my favorite game. I'm not a huge fan of 2D side-scrolling MMOs, but you can't deny that it was absolutely a genre-defining moment. Similar to RuneScape, it provided a level of accessibility that was not seen by many other titles in the MMO space, simply because it was available to play in your web browser. And finally, we have one last game from 2003 that absolutely deserves a mention: EVE Online. EVE Online plopped you into New Eden as a spaceship pilot. There was no classes, just a blank slate tied to one of the 4 empires. You picked a starter ship and set out in a single shard universe with thousands of star systems. The gameplay was all about freedom. You could mine asteroids, trade goods, run missions for NPCs, or hunt pirates. Combat was real time. You fired lasers or missiles and you managed your shields. PvP was everywhere. You lose your ship and it's gone for good and lootable by anyone. The economy was 100% player run, and it was a brutal spreadsheet heavy sandbox where you could build an empire, blow stuff up, or just chill. There was no quest to guide you. The story was whatever chaos you and 20,000 other players in 2003 cooked up. And that's what EVE still is to this day. It just has a larger population and more updates. Now, I personally have never tried EVE myself. I've always been a little intimidated. It seems like it might be a complicated game to figure out, but I'm hoping to give it a fair shake sometime soon. Now, if you thought 2003 was an important year for MMOs, you would be right, but it's not the most important year. No, that is reserved for the year that comes after 2003. You'll never guess this. It's 2004. You might have noticed how with every other year I mentioned some notable thing that happened that year. Maybe this actress died or some really good movie came out. Well, in 2004, one of those major events that happened actually coincides with the topic of today's video, which is sort of a genre-defining moment in and of itself. The fact that MMOs could now have a spot in the limelight of important things that happened in a year. In 2004, we saw the release of World of Warcraft. Genre-defining, mainstream celebrity attention, still considered to be one of the best MMOs ever made, and we'll get into all of that. But believe it or not, a ton of other amazing MMOs came out in 2004 as well. So first up, we saw the release of RuneScape 2, an upgraded version of RuneScape Classic that featured actual 3D graphics. There was better anti-bot mechanics. They improved the gameplay and combat while still featuring all of the familiarities of RuneScape Classic. RuneScape 2 basically improved upon what the game did well in every single way. And generally, when people think of RuneScape, this is the version that they're referring to. It was rather impressive at the time because the game, even with all its increased fidelity and functionality, still ran perfectly fine in a web browser on your average family computer. Next, we saw the release of an absolute classic, City of Heroes. It hit North America as the first big superhero MMO. It was mind-blowing to most players at the time because of the freedom of customization in regards to creating your own hero. You had so many options and so many choices, not only in terms of gameplay and combat, but also just in how your superhero appeared. It was literally a create-your-own superhero simulator where you could then exist in a fully functional, interactable world with other superheroes, completing quests, content, and leveling up. To this day, it's only playable through private servers. However, some of those private servers have continued to update the game with new patches and new content, as well as plenty of quality of life upgrades. These private servers are still massively popular, and some have even been given permission, quote unquote, to continue running the game, which is rather unheard of in the private server space. And finally, we saw the release of what was considered at the time to be World of Warcraft's biggest competition. In fact, in 2004, there was a bit of an MMO war because of EverQuest 2. Coming out just weeks before World of Warcraft, we all know how this story plays out. EverQuest 2 unfortunately peaked at 300,000 subscriptions, which was completely dwarfed by World of Warcraft's millions. Unfortunately, EQ2 shipped pretty buggy. There was lag, crashes, and steep system requirements. It demanded a pretty high-end PC, whereas World of Warcraft ran smoother on weaker rigs, nailing accessibility. And World of Warcraft's cartoonish charm, tight UI, and voiced lore felt next-gen, whereas EQ2's stiff animation, dense menus, and dry delivery screamed old-school MMO, even though it technically had better raw graphics. While still playable today, EverQuest 2 features a lot of pay-to-win and janky mechanics, and its attempt at realistic graphics in 2004 don't necessarily hold up to the more realistic styles that we see in modern gaming today. Whereas World of Warcraft's more stylized art style is still passable by the general audience even 21 years after its release. So finally, World of Warcraft. Pretty big deal. Mr. T, South Park episodes, Leroy Jenkins, the Burning Crusade expansion, the Wrath of the Lich King expansion. I mean, even Cataclysm. What a crazy moment where they completely changed the entire design of the game world, rendering it to never be the same again. That is, until millions of players came back for Classic WoW and then Hardcore WoW and any other adaptations of WoW that they've released. Listen, if you're watching this video, you're probably already familiar with WoW's massive history, its success, and its overall stranglehold as the top MMO of the genre. I'm sure there are hour-long videos on YouTube about World of Warcraft and its success, so we don't need to go into all of that again. Just know that this game completely took the genre by hold, and it blew any competition so far out of the water that they almost couldn't even be considered competition. And this is actually why I think that 2004 is the most important year in terms of the MMO genre. Pre-WoW and post-WoW MMOs were even described differently. For example, any game after WoW's release that featured anything that remotely looked anything like World of Warcraft would be considered a clone, a copy, a WoW clone. And any game that was really hyped up in the MMO community would be deemed the WoW killer. Spoiler, none of them killed WoW. So the only way to go from here is up, right? Well, sort of. We're now living in a post-World of Warcraft world. There's plenty of absolutely amazing, genre-changing, milestone-breaking, innovative, and immersive MMOs to speak of in the following years, but none ever matched the popularity of World of Warcraft. So the year is 2005. YouTube was founded, and Yahoo is currently the most popular website. If you don't believe me, just Google it. And while over 14 notable MMOs were released this year, including games like Silk Road Online and Perfect World and the huge City of Heroes standalone expansion, City of Villains, one MMO in 2005 really stands out to me: Guild Wars. This was massive in the MMO space at the time because basically every other MMO that existed operated on a free-to-play or a subscription model. Guild Wars, however, was a buy once, own forever model, which was pretty novel for MMOs at the time, and honestly, it still is quite novel. This paid off, however, as Guild Wars boasted sales of over 1 million within its first month of release. I remember my dad came home with a copy of Guild Wars, and me and my friends stayed up all night. Literally pulled an all-nighter, playing Guild Wars and RuneScape. He had RuneScape on his laptop, and I had Guild Wars on my PC. And every hour we would switch, and we would log into our separate accounts on each game. It was amazing. But Guild Wars threw you into Tyria, and you picked from one of the 6 classes: Warrior, Ranger, Monk, Elementalist, Mesmer, or Necromancer. You started with a primary class, but later on you could add a secondary class, and you could actually mix skills, like a Warrior Monk where you'd be swinging swords and healing. There was no real leveling grind to speak of. The max level was 20, and you actually hit that pretty fast by just doing story missions. Actual player power came from collecting over 150 skills and building an 8-slot deck, swapping out loadouts like a card game. I played Guild Wars just last year for the first time since like 2006, and honestly it still holds up. It's a fantastic game. And while it's outdated in some ways, it still has a certain charm and addicting gameplay loop that's honestly pretty hard to step away from. Moving on, the year is 2006. The song Hey There Delilah was just released by the Plain White T's, and this song would play in every single grocery store, convenience store, car radio, elevator, sporting event, motivational speech, hospital. The song was okay the first time I heard it, but after the 347,000th time, I started to get tired of it. And while Hey There Delilah was the only thing that people were listening to, World of Warcraft was still basically the only MMO that people were playing. 2006 was a rather uneventful year for the MMO genre. However, we did see one major release in the form of Dungeons & Dragons Online. This game aimed to bring the pen and paper D&D vibe to PCs with real-time combat and a focus on instance dungeons. The beta testing kicked off in 2005, and despite a rocky start with server issues and a bit of a niche appeal, it did end up carving out a loyal following. Gameplay was instance. There was basically no open world. You grabbed quests from NPCs in hubs like the marketplace, and then you dove into dungeons solo or with a party. It leaned pretty heavily on teamwork, and soloing was brutal past the early levels, though if you play it nowadays, they've changed the game to be much more solo friendly. And honestly, I played a bit of DDO for the first time just a few months ago, and I had a pretty enjoyable experience, though the game is bogged down by quite a bit of monetization. Now, 2007. Is it just me, or does anyone feel like this is the first year that you can actually remember? I was 11 at the time, so maybe that's just when the brain starts to form more concrete memories, but I feel like life before 2007 and then life after was 2 different things. Or maybe it was just puberty. Coincidentally, this was the year of the iPhone, so brain rot was also invented. However, this was also the year of a ton, like a ridiculous amount of MMOs that really just ended up failing. It even featured the free-to-play release of Tabula Rasa, a sci-fi shooter MMO that no one else seems to remember playing, and I had to spend years Googling it just to confirm that it wasn't a figment of my imagination. But with all that being said, one game did stand out in 2007 and is still loved by many players today. That's Lord of the Rings Online. Based on Tolkien's Middle-earth, it dropped players into a massive MMO set during the Fellowship of the Rings timeline. It started out as a subscription game, hitting around 200,000 subscribers early on, a solid but not earth-shaking debut. Gameplay was open-world PvE. You roamed a huge, lore-rich map packed with Tolkien references from the Shire to Angmar, mostly doing quests for NPCs, which included fetching stuff, slaying orcs, or following the epic story tied to the Ring's journey. I actually reviewed Lord of the Rings on this channel about a year ago, and I received received some flack because I quit playing the game due to persistent server issues. Apparently these have mostly been fixed, so I've been meaning to go back and give an updated review. Anyway, 2008. The hit single Low by Flo Rida and T-Pain topped the charts, which is crazy because now T-Pain is mostly just a streamer on Twitch. And although it featured another 21 relevant MMOs ranging from sci-fi to medieval to pay-to-win with different themes and focuses from PvP to PvE, most of them also failed in the long run. However, once again, a couple stand out. First of all, 2008 debuted one of my favorite MMOs ever, which was unfortunately shut down quite quickly. This game pitted order against destruction in a perpetual war. That was Warhammer Online: Age of Reckoning. It sold 1.2 million copies by September of 2008, peaking at 800,000 subscribers. But unfortunately, a free-to-play pivot flopped and the game closed on December 18th, 2013. Gameplay was split into PvE and Realm vs. Realm. PvE had you roaming open zones like Nordland, doing quests, slaying mutants, and grabbing loot. But Realm vs. Realm was the soul of the game, with open-world skirmishes, scenarios, instance PvP battles, and massive keep sieges where hundreds clashed for control. There was objectives like capture the flag or busting gates, which gave XP and loot. While still available and quite popular in private server form, I still sometimes wish the game found a more long-term success. And secondly, in 2008, we saw the release of one of the first MMOs that truly focused on a younger audience. Wizard 101. Wizard 101 placed you into the Spiral, a magical universe, as a fresh student at Ravenwood School in Wizard City. You would pick a school like Fire, Ice, Storm, Myth, Life, Death, or Balance, and build a wizard. Gameplay basically just revolved around turn-based duels. You collected spell cards, think like trading cards, and slotted up to 7 of them into your deck per fight. I actually played Wizard 101 for the first time just last year, and honestly, it still holds up. It's a turn-based game that I could easily sink hundreds of hours into if I wanted to. Now, 2009 saw the single most popular movie release of all time for some reason that no one really knew why. The only Avatar movie that exists, Avatar, I guess. I'm not gonna lie, 2009 was a pretty rough year for MMOs. It's not quite as catastrophic as some of the later 2000s might prove to be. However, it did have one saving grace: the release of Hello Kitty Online, where the game tells a story of a hero, the player, helping Hello Kitty and her friends wake up from the eternal slumber and defeat a mysterious and malevolent power. I'm kidding, but really, there wasn't too many well-known MMOs that came from 2009. We did see the release of Darkfall, which promised unrestricted PvP, full looting, and a skill-based system, ditching levels for a gritty sandbox vibe, but it had a pretty bad start, with server issues and a punishing learning curve that tanked its reputation. However, it did develop a cult-like following, peaking at around 50,000 players. 2009 also featured the release of Runes of Magic, which until I was doing research for this video, I actually had no idea how popular that game was, peaking at 5 million registered users by 2011. Gameplay was your classic MMO. You roamed an open world with forests, deserts, and cities while grabbing quests from NPCs. This is a game that constantly gets recommended to me to play for my Dead MMO series, so I'm quite surprised to see just how popular it actually was. Though it's faded from its glory days, it's still available to play and has a small but dedicated fanbase. Now, we're into the double digits of the 2000s. While there's still some amazing MMOs that are yet to be released, there's a sense in the air that the MMO genre might be stuck. The rise in the popularity of social media and everyone having a smartphone in their pocket was having a tangible effect on the MMO genre, because the novelty of talking to your friends in an online shared space was really no longer novel. What would really captivate MMO fans moving forward was going to be gameplay, systems, achievements, and immersion. It can no longer rely on the fact that speaking to someone across the world was a crazy thing, because it wasn't really crazy anymore. So, 2010. A dark year all around, mainly for the massive amount of Facebook memes that 40-year-old women would begin posting, and the Walmart pajama-wearing individuals would begin foaming at the mouth for fucking minions. But also a dark year for MMOs. I feel like I've been saying that a lot in the past few years, but really, this was quite a dark year. However, there were a couple standout events that were pretty important. First of all, we saw the release of Star Trek Online. I was never personally a huge Trekkie. I've never even really watched the show, if I'm being honest. But Star Trek Online beamed you into the 25th century as a Starfleet or Klingon captain. You would pick a career, which was essentially your class, which could be tactical, engineering, or science. And then you customize your avatar, ship, and crew. On release, you would level to 50 with XP gained from missions. Gameplay was split into space and ground. Space combat was real-time, piloting your ship. It felt like a slower EVE Online. And ground missions featured a third-person shooter style of combat. It's still quite popular today, as Star Trek fans tend to be very dedicated to their IP, and the Star Trek Online MMO is no different. Also, being available on console definitely helps drive new players towards the game. Though it wasn't ever an extremely popular game, it definitely holds onto and maintains its player base, as the game continues to get updates even to this day. But also, in 2010, we saw the release of one of the most popular MMOs to currently exist. Kind of. Final Fantasy XIV, the original version, by Square Enix as the second MMO in the Final Fantasy series after Final Fantasy XI. The launch was an absolute disaster. After a rushed beta, it was rolled out buggy and unfinished, with a clunky UI, laggy servers, and a fatigue system which capped your experience. And most importantly, it had a world that felt empty despite its gorgeous visuals. Subs peaked at maybe 600,000, but cratered, and Square Enix even publicly apologized in 2010, admitting that it greatly damaged the brand. Fees were suspended and the PlayStation 3 version was canned, and some people were even fired. We'll talk plenty more about Final Fantasy XIV later on, but like I said, 2010 was a dark year. Coffee is refilled, but what about 2011? Well, things were looking up, but people definitely weren't, because they were so busy planking. Planking was a cultural phenomenon where people would lie face down and completely straight in unusual positions. That's planking. However, 2011 was actually an important year for MMOs, though probably not for any of the reasons that you're thinking. We'll get into that, but one of the prominent releases this year included one of my personal favorite games of all time, Star Wars: The Old Republic. It was BioWare's first MMORPG set 300 years after the popular game Knights of the Old Republic, and over 3,000 years before the Star Wars films. Conceived in 2005 as a spiritual successor to KOTOR, it cost over $200 million, making it one of the priciest games ever, mostly due to the massive amount of voice acting the game features. Literally everything in the game is voice acted, in a time where that was a pretty ambitious goal, and it even still is today. You begin the game by picking a faction, either the Galactic Republic or the Sith Empire, and one of their 8 classes, each with a unique, fully voiced story. The game offers a family system where basically all of your characters can be related in one way or another, and doing this allows you to share certain achievements and certain awards across characters. The game focuses more on story than anything else. You can really pave your own story with each of your characters, through constant dialogue and action choices that make you more or less evil and result in different cutscenes or different things happening within the story. Star Wars: The Old Republic is the perfect example of an RPG MMO rather than an MMORPG, as it focuses much more heavily on the single-player aspects rather than the multiplayer. Though it has plenty of multiplayer options as well, from dungeons to battlegrounds and arena to even spaceship PvP. However, 2011 featured the first real release of the smartphone MMORPG, the first real mobile MMO, at least in terms of what we understand to be and to function as a modern MMO. That was Order and Chaos, often dubbed to be World of Warcraft for your pocket. Set in Herodon, it split players into Order and Chaos, offering 5 classes: Warrior, Ranger, Mage, Monk, and later Blood Knight, across a sprawling world of deserts, forests, and dungeons. It actually peaked with tens of thousands of players, hitting generally favorable reviews, praised for its depth with over 1,500 quests, 15,000 skills, and guild-driven PvP-like battlefields. But due to bugs and server hiccups and shifty pay-to-win mechanics, it was still a long time until we started to see MMOs really become popular in the mobile space. The technology just wasn't quite there at the time to really support a fully fleshed out and functioning MMO, but it did lay the groundwork for future MMOs to be released on iOS and Android. And honestly, that marks the end of a certain era for MMOs, an era where we had 20 plus games releasing every year, but none of them really excelled. And the next few years regarding MMOs were actually somewhat decent. We saw a bit of a resurgence in the genre. Honestly, from 2004 to 2011, it's mostly been a ton of games that were made too quickly and too cheaply in an attempt to replicate World of Warcraft's success. And the vast majority of those failed miserably. However, from this point on, it generally seemed like developers had changed their tune. From this point forward, we only saw between 5 and 6 MMOs being released per year. And instead of trying to replicate WoW's success, we saw a bit of a shift with MMO developers, where they were generally trying to focus on finding their own lane. However, this was unfortunate timing, as this is also when we start to see the massive blow-up in monetization strategy. We started to see a lot of mobile game-esque microtransactions, loot box systems, FOMO systems, and everything really started to force its way into the MMO space. So, 2012. the year where the world was gonna end again because of some calendar. And honestly, one game in particular really stands out from 2012, a game I still play quite frequently and is probably, personally, in my top 3 favorite MMOs of all time. Guild Wars 2. Developed by ArenaNet and published by NCSoft, a sequel to the original Guild Wars, it sold 2 million copies in a month, hitting 5 million active players by 2015. Once again, there was no sub fee, just a box price and a cash shop, and in 2015, the game turned to a free-to-play model regarding the base game. Every time Guild Wars 2 released an expansion, it's just a one-time purchase, and you then own that content forever. Guild Wars 2 features a hybrid combat system with a mix between action combat and tap target that actually plays really nicely. Also, due to its horizontal progression system, none of its content ever really becomes outdated. The strongest armor and weapons during the game's release are still among the strongest armor and weapons to this day. Instead, what players strive for in Guild Wars are legendary items and cosmetics. Through further expansions, you unlock the rest of the world and a really dynamic mount system that has you using different mounts depending on different scenarios. Guild Wars also offers a massive world versus world PvP system where you join up with a massive group of players and take on PvE objectives throughout maps while also attacking or defending against other players. It's probably one of my personal favorite PvP experiences in the MMO genre. Other than that, 2012 featured a few other prominent titles like Blade and Soul as well as Phantasy Star Online 2. Remember that game we talked about that was first released on the Dreamcast console? Well, yeah, the second one came out and it's an MMO. Now, 2013 was unironically a great year. First of all, Doge was just a meme and I sold an iPhone with Flappy Bird installed for way above market value. It was also a pretty stellar year regarding MMOs. First of all, we have the release of ArcAge. Remember Jake Song, who created Nexus Kingdoms of the Wind, then helped develop Lineage, and then became the vice president of NCSoft, and then went on to found XL Games? Well, he's back, and this time it's for ArcAge. Unfortunately, ArcAge didn't find the same success that Lineage had. It peaked early, with only 6,500 concurrent players on Steam. However, it had a wild mix of content, with open-world PvP, naval combat, housing, farming, and a player-run economy. You could build ships, siege castles, or go rogue as a pirate. Unfortunately, though, Treon's cash shop turned it to a pay-to-win fest, selling power items and tanking its reputation, so subs dropped below 1,000 by 2016. However, in 2013, 2 major changes to the MMO landscape was about to take place. And first of all, we had the release of Final Fantasy XIV, A Realm Reborn. A Realm Reborn launched on August 27th for Windows and PlayStation 3, developed and published by Square Enix. It was a complete overhaul of the original Final Fantasy XIV, which, if you remember, failed horrendously. In late 2010, Naoki Yoshida stepped in as producer and director, tasked with saving the game and the Final Fantasy brand. Square Enix announced ARR in October of 2011, a ground-up rebuild with a new engine, servers, interface, and content, keeping Eorzea's lore but ditching the old mess. Square Enix managed to rebuild the trust from its player base by focusing on a story-driven system, which provided narrative and provided it really well. On top of that, dynamic events known as Fates and the job system that allows you to switch roles at any given time was pretty novel for the genre, and are still reasons that people return to Final Fantasy XIV today. A Realm Reborn was really important because it turned what was a gaming catastrophe into a triumph. It proved that MMOs could evolve and recover even with a disastrous start. Final Fantasy XIV remains as one of the most popular top 3 MMOs currently, especially after receiving a huge boost in popularity in 2021. The second major event of 2013, though, was quite major. We saw the release of old school RuneScape. You see, since RuneScape 2's release in 2004, the developers, Jagex, had been through quite a lot of controversy. RuneScape was one of the most heavily botted games in the industry, leading to rash decisions from the developers like disabling free trade and disabling full loot PvP. On top of that, RuneScape had started to add their own form of microtransactions through a system known as the Squeal of Fortune, where you could purchase spins with IRL money for the chance at large sums of in-game gold, useful items, and even just straight up XP in the form of experience lamps. Selling this experience unfortunately devalued many of the game's achievements, and furthermore, in 2012, RuneScape released the Evolution of Combat update, where they took the old click-and-wait combat style and changed it entirely. Now you had an action bar in an attempt to mimic World of Warcraft and other modern MMOs. This failed horrendously, especially in the beginning, because the Evolution of Combat was just horribly optimized, and this made players yearn for a return to the classic RuneScape that they knew and loved. So Jagex released Uphold poll. The poll, asking players if they would like them to release a version of RuneScape from the year 2007. This poll had certain milestones which needed to be reached in order for Jagex to move forward. The ending total vote count was 449,000, which fell short of the 500,000 reward tier. Jagex did, however, incorporate 3 of the 5 incentives of the highest tier by approving vote-based polls on all new content. So now Jagex has 2 versions of the game. There's RuneScape 3, which is the original game after the evolution of combat and plenty of other updates. Your character you made in 2001 can still be accessed and played on RuneScape 3. However, there's also old school RuneScape, which required a completely new character, so you had to start over. These days, the population of old school RuneScape completely dwarfs RuneScape 3 due to much less monetization, a simpler and easier to understand interface and gameplay loop, as well as the constant communication between the developers and the players. This was the first real MMO to successfully pull off a re-release of an older version of itself, which would end up becoming a much more common practice later on after other companies saw just how successful Jagex was with this venture. 2014, the year I graduated high school. Fuck. But also a year that featured the release of some year I graduated high school. Fuck. But also a year that featured the release of some mainstay MMOs and some others that are rather sorely missed. First off, we saw the release of Black Desert Online, which was built from scratch with a custom Black Desert engine. It aimed for a seamless high fantasy sandbox MMO with action combat and sprawling sieges. BDO blew up pretty fast, with 20 million registered users by 2018, thanks to its jaw-dropping visuals, deep character customization, and life skills. On top of that, BDO also released on consoles in 2019. BDO was widely considered to have one of the best action combat systems in all of MMOs at the time, and even to this day, it holds up really well. While the game is still thriving, it's unfortunately pretty heavily monetized, and it can be a bit of an overwhelming experience for new players. Personally, when I played BDO, I basically had third-party guides and videos opened at all times. Next, we also saw the release of The Elder Scrolls Online, developed by ZeniMax Studios and taking place in Tamriel about 1,000 years after Skyrim. Another mainstay in the MMO space, it had a bit of a rough start, launching as a buy-to-play game with a subscription service. It was $60 for the game and $15 a month to subscribe. Many people reported it to be a rather generic MMO that clashed with Skyrim's expectations. However, due to an update known as Tamriel Unlimited, which dropped the subscription fee and shifted to a buy-to-play model with an in-game cash shop, we saw the player base absolutely skyrocket. I personally really enjoy ESO. Similar to Guild Wars 2, it has a horizontal progression system, and as a dad with a lot less gaming time these days, I tend to prefer these sort of systems. ESO weathered a rough start to become a slow-burning success. Console launches with free-to-play light and a focus on solo-friendly content turned it into a juggernaut, still thriving in 2025 with a mix of vets and new players. 2014 also saw the release of one of the most highly requested "please bring this game back" MMOs of all time, WildStar, developed by Carbine Studios, which is a team formed by ex-Blizzard developers. Carbine Studios was working on WildStar for nearly a decade, aiming to fuse sci-fi and fantasy in a vibrant, cartoonish world, Nexus. Set in a clash between the Dominion Empire and the scrappy Exiles, it hit beta in 2013, being hyped as a WoW killer, promising action combat and deep customization. It debuted as a subscription-based MMO, selling 200,000 copies early and scoring solid reviews. However, the launch stumbled, with bugs, lag, and a brutal endgame attunement process that was infamously long, kinda alienated casuals, and by late 2014, players had already dipped below 100,000. NCSoft pushed Carbine to go free-to-play with WildStar Reloaded in September of 2015 by adding a cash shop and a new subscription service known as Signature Perks. It spiked to 300,000 active players briefly, but the fixes just came too late. These days, it's frequently requested that somewhere, someone, somehow figures out how to make a functioning private server recreation of this dearly beloved MMO. At this point, it's 2015. The year of the dress. That thing is black and blue, and if you disagree with me, your face is going to be black and blue. But it's also the year where we start getting to the sort of slow degradation of MMOs. Basically, every year moving forward has only one real prominent MMO that was released. Part of this was because the genre was losing steam, but the other part of this was also that the cost to create a world the size of an MMO using modern technology and with modern graphics was an ever-increasing price. You can imagine it's a lot more expensive to create a game like Black Desert Online versus RuneScape. But I mean, 2015 was pretty dead for MMOs. We saw 4 major releases, one of which was dead on arrival, another was Order and Chaos 2, a sequel to that mobile MMO. Another game was called Skyforge, which I've literally never heard about until I was researching for this video. And finally, we had MapleStory 2, which was basically an attempt to modernize the original MapleStory and bring it to a more modern audience, hoping to recapture some of that original success they saw in the early to mid 2000s. The problem is that MapleStory 2 sort of forgot what MapleStory was all about. The grind. With 3D sort of Minecraft-esque graphics, MapleStory 2 does look better, but they focused on quests and group content over mindless mob farming. They added life skills like fishing and crafting, there was player-made outfits, and PvP like battle royale systems. The story mattered more, there was epic quests that drove you forward, which probably all sounds great, but when you're trying to recapture an audience of an older title, you have to do what that older title used to do, and do it better. They forgot that part of what made MapleStory so successful was the absolute grindfest that it was, being able to show off just how much grinding you've actually done. MapleStory 2 tried to modernize with 3D flair and less tedium, but along the way they lost their identity, and it folded fast outside of Korea. 2016, it's that year. That damn year. I swear, everything changed after this point. But it's also the year in which there was only one single MMO listed on Wikipedia's massive list of all MMOs released. That's still missing some MMOs that were released. For example, Riders of Icarus released in 2016, but Wikipedia has no mention of it. The only MMO that Wikipedia lists, and the only one from 2016 that honestly had any sort of success, was Adventure Quest 3D. This is another 3D adaptation of a popular 2D game from the early to mid 2000s. Adventure Quest. Alpha rolled out in early 2016 for backers with a focus on cross-platform play, with PC, Android, and iOS. Open beta hit Steam on October 2016 with a free-to-play model and an optional cash shop. There was no pay-to-win, just cosmetics and boosts. It ditched the beta in 2017, and they threw in some dungeons and gave it a loose story. They kept rolling with weekly updates, there was housing, parkour, and fun events, and by 2025, 10 years after the Kickstarter, it's actually got 10 million accounts, and a cozy vibe with maybe 1,000 players on concurrently at a time. I have to admit though, 2015 and 2016 were pretty damn abysmal regarding MMORPGs. Basically, nothing really substantial was released. So now comes 2017. This was only 8 years ago. Do people really care what happened 8 years ago? I mean, Meghan Markle married into royalty and oh yeah, no one cares. However, 2017 also once again only featured a single MMORPG release on the Wikipedia list, and it actually ended up being one of my favorite MMOs, a true underdog when it comes to modern MMORPGs, Albion Online. This is a brutal, full-loot, PvP-focused MMO with no holding back. If you die to another player out in the open, you lose all your stuff. It's a classless system where instead of leveling your character, you actually level their gear and armor, which you can switch out at any given time. There are hundreds, if not thousands, of different combinations of gear and armor and weapons that you can use in order to make up your kit. The game drops you into a medieval sandbox where you can really just do whatever you want to do. You can go out into the open world solo in order to gather resources for crafting so you can make money using the player-driven economy. Or you could join a guild in order to participate in some massive 40v40 PvP conflict. You can purchase your own island where you can farm resources, or you can purchase a courier mount where you can transport large amounts of goods that you purchased in order to flip them for a profit on a different side of the map. The key is not getting ganked along the way. All in all, Albion is one of my favorite pick up and play MMOs. It's one of those games that stays permanently installed on my PC, and it also has a mobile version. And I think, honestly, as of right now, it's one of the best PvP focused MMOs on the market. So now comes 2018, which was mostly defined by the continued growth of the Me Too movement. This was a cultural phenomenon where every time a game company found success, another game would copy them and say, me too. And thus, we saw the release of old school RuneScape Mobile. Because the developers of RuneScape, Jagex, saw that the majority of consumer spending on video games at this point was being spent in the mobile market. So they said, me too, and joined in on the fun. In all actuality, OSRS Mobile paved the way for a ton of MMOs to begin porting to mobile. I can't explain to you how mind-blowing it was at the time that I could play the MMO that I used to play on the family computer when I was 8 years old on my iPhone. And the best part is that due to OSRS being a fairly simple game in terms of graphics and controls, it actually ported over to mobile extremely well. To this day, it's still one of the most popular ways to play old school RuneScape, especially because a ton of content within the game is click and wait, which is obviously very easy to do with just the press of a finger. Now, in 2025, it has over 10 million downloads on the App Store, so it's safe to say it was a massive success. Other than OSRS Mobile, I'm telling you, 2018 didn't have much happen in terms of MMOs. But 2019, A picture of an egg became the most liked picture on Instagram. And also, we're starting to really get into modern memory here. But this was actually a huge year for MMOs. So first of all, 2019 saw the release of Lost Ark. However, it was only released in Korea. It wasn't actually released in the West until 2022, when Smilegate, Lost Ark's developers, actually partnered with Amazon Game Studios. So we'll talk about that more in 3 years. However, 2019 also saw the re-release of the biggest MMO to ever exist, World of Warcraft Classic. The hype for Classic WoW was absolutely unreal. You have to understand that at this point in 2019, the Cataclysm expansion had already been released for 9 years. So if you remember, Cataclysm completely changed the World of Warcraft, so people hadn't explored the original continents of Azeroth for a very long time. While modern WoW was beginning to show signs of content bloat, overly complicated PvE and PvP, a fast track to endgame content, and a slew of microtransactions from an in-game store, like the WoW token, on top of the sub fee while also being buy to play, regarding the current expansion, a lot of people were actually pretty fed up with WoW in its current state. And thus we saw the re-release of World of Warcraft basically exactly as it happened in 2004. This might be the single biggest thing that happened in terms of MMOs in the past decade. Twitch viewership for this one single 16-year-old game at the time skyrocketed past 1 million concurrent viewers. And although Blizzard doesn't actually release any official information regarding actual player numbers, there have been some pretty good educated estimates supporting a guess of around 500,000 concurrent players based on queue times. I have no idea if that's true, but considering the Twitch viewership and WoW's previous success in the genre, I truly wouldn't be that surprised. WoW Classic continues to be an extremely popular version of the game that's still playable today, even releasing further expansions like TBC Classic and Wrath Classic, and at this point we even have Cataclysm Classic, which doesn't make any sense to me, but hey. WoW Classic is easily one of my favorite MMOs of all time. I re-download it basically every few months, and it's just an amazing experience, and it's probably been my favorite release of the past 6 years. So, 2020. Nothing happened. Like, not a single culturally relevant global phenomenon, nothing to mention at all. I'm kidding, of course, but in terms of MMOs, nothing significant was actually released in 2020. Everyone was at home, production came to a stop for most games, and it was just a tough year for everyone involved. However, it still had a significant impact on the MMORPG market as a whole. We actually saw quite an impressive resurgence to the genre. I mean, what else are you gonna do when you literally can't go to work and you can't leave your house and everyone's wearing a mask and there's a global pandemic? You hop on a goddamn open world MMO to try and escape reality. COVID completely juiced the MMO scene with players and revenue, but it strained the gears behind the scenes. More folks played, but new games and updates took hits. It proved, however, that MMOs could be a lifeline in tough times, cementing their spot as more than just games, but digital hangouts when the world shut down. Anyway, 2021, we saw New World. I'm not going to drag you guys through each and every MMO at this point, I'll just mention those that are relevant. New World started to a massive success on Steam, reaching 1 million players on the very first day, making it Steam's largest success of 2021 before crashing down spectacularly as people reached the endgame and realized there isn't much to do. I personally love New World, the environment, the way the game looked and sounded, the way crafting and gathering worked, the combat was awesome, but unfortunately it fell flat for a lot of people. And the first impression is so important that despite it being a pretty good MMO, in my opinion, a lot of people were just disappointed in its release, and thus will never give it a second chance. These days, New World averages a little over 10k concurrent players, which is far from dead, but it's nowhere near what you would have expected after such a successful first few days. 2022, Will Smith honorably defended his wife who cheated on him, and also Johnny Depp had a court case or something. But most importantly, Lost Ark was finally released in the West. Finally, an ARPG mixed with an MMO, allowing you to explore an entire world by sailing across the ocean, gathering collectibles with extremely difficult boss fights and raids. Honestly, Lost Ark was a complete blast on its release. The problems really started to appear after players have been playing for a while and they started reaching bottlenecks. Lost Ark unfortunately suffers from a massive pay-to-win issue where in order to be the best of the best, in order to get into the best raids and compete with the other best players, you would have to pay money. And on top of paying that money, you'd have to get lucky. And that's just in order to have the gear required to do the hardest content. On top of that, we saw games like Tower of Fantasy, Chimeraland, and even Embers Adrift enter the scene. So, 2023. That was 2 years ago, or more like a year and a half ago. We saw the Barbie movie and Oppenheimer, and that's it. No, I'm not kidding, that's literally it. There was not a single major MMO release in 2023. I mean, technically, Wayfinder entered early access and Blue Protocol released in Japan, but yeah. 2023 was pretty rough. I mean, we also technically had updates to Classic WoW, which included Hardcore, World of Warcraft, as well as Season of Discovery, but both of those were released so close to 2024 that it almost feels disingenuous to include them. Both were pretty great successes for Classic WoW, however, especially Hardcore WoW, which led to a massive Twitch viewership due to the content guild OnlyFans. And okay, 2024, the last full year. And we actually had a pretty decent year. First of all, we had Terrace Land come out, which was kind of like a mobile WoW. I actually had a ton of fun playing this game, but unfortunately, it ended up being pretty much dead about a month after its release. We also saw Core Punk enter early access, which is a game that I'm still genuinely excited about, but it does need a lot of work. And we also got to hear back from the Gower brothers, the original creators of RuneScape, as they launched their early access version of their brand new MMO Brighter Shores, which is rather reminiscent of RuneScape, but it's different in its own way. I honestly think Brighter Shores has a brighter future as long as they continue to listen to the player base. But the real major release of 2024 was Throne and Liberty, which I had an absolute blast playing, and they recently just dropped their first expansion. Despite the fact the player count has been dropping since its release, I still think it could end up doing quite well in the long run. And finally, we're here. 2025, the present day. No major MMOs have been released yet, but we have some crazy potential titles on the way. First up, we have ArcAge Chronicles, the sequel to ArcAge by XL Games. They spilled the beans on it during Sony's State of Play on September 24th, 2024, and ditched the ArcAge 2 name to hint at its fresh vibe. It's got less of the wild sandbox chaos from the original and more of a story-driven action RPG direction. Apparently, the 2025 release date was actually pushed back to 2026, which I'm just finding out about now. And then next, we have Dune Awakening, which was announced at Gamescom in 2022. It's built on Unreal Engine 5. You start as a prisoner, scavenging and crafting to survive, with fast-paced combat and optional PvP. It's planning to be a server-wide political game with life skills like trading and exploration. It's dropping May 20th, 2025 for PC, with PS5 and Xbox Series X versions coming later. And finally, the game that I'm actually the most excited about, just because the trailer looks so freaking amazing, is Chrono Odyssey. It's an upcoming MMO from NPixel, a South Korean studio set in the fantasy world of Cetera. Gameplay features action-heavy, time-twisting combat using the Chronotector to freeze or rewind foes. It's got a seamless open world with dungeons, raids, and crafting, but it's been in closed testing since 2021. There was a beta teased for late 2025, but there's been no more word on that, and no word on pricing either. It could be free to play or buy to play. And that just about wraps up 30 years of MMORPGs, from the old graphic including games like Neverwinter Nights and Meridian 59, from the first truly popular and accessible MMOs like RuneScape and World of Warcraft, to the post-World of Warcraft world where every game copied WoW for like 6 years, to the desolate MMO landscape that made up most of the 2010s, and finally to the modern MMO. Will we ever return to the glory days? Will there ever be a true WoW killer? What does the future hold for MMOs? Will there be some random YouTuber in 30 years making a video titled Exploring 60 Years of MMOs? I'm not sure. But hey, if you made it to the end of the video, thank you so much. This one took a long time to make, and if you guys would like to support me, a like, a comment, a sub. Those things help a bunch. And if you really enjoyed the video, consider becoming a channel member. But anyways, I will catch you guys in the next one. Later.
The WoW Killer, a title placed upon countless MMORPGs over the 20 years of World of Warcraft's dominance, a promise of a game that would finally break the genre out from the monotony of WoW's rule. A game that could bring the genre back to its rich and diverse landscape of the early 2000s. Each year, new contenders arose, each boasting their claim, and each inevitably falling short. Even those who once ruled attempted to reinvent themselves in the image of the reigning king, desperate for a chance to reclaim their lost glory, but their attempts were met only with silence, dismissed as pale reflections of greatness. As years passed, even as the king began to change and age, and become just like kind of bad, to be honest, the path of shattered ambitions and fallen challengers grew longer, each defeated in pursuit of the same impossible dream, to become the World of Warcraft killer.
Oh, hey, didn't see you there. Please, have a seat. Can I get you anything? Tea, juice, the blood of the innocent, water? No? Okay, you sure? Kind of a dramatic intro, huh? Yeah, well, you know, World of Warcraft is pretty dramatic. But to be honest, it's an important topic that's, I think, fundamental to the MMORPG industry to this day. And I think it's essential that I, as the president of MMORPGs, address it. I mean, you didn't vote for me to just sit around and drink, did you? You didn't vote for me? The ripple effects from World of Warcraft are the single most important parts of MMO history, in my opinion. And when all is said and done, I think you can actually argue that WoW as a whole had a very damaging effect on the health of MMORPGs. But to understand that, I have to take you back to a time before WoW. I have to take you back to
2003 is a glorious time for MMORPGs. The landscape of online games is diverse and deep. You have RuneScape, Dark Age of Camelot, Star Wars Galaxies, and more, all thriving virtual worlds that allow players to become whatever they wanted to be, all while interacting with other real people. You could become a soldier in the fight against enemy factions, or you could become the server's top producer of weapons and armor, or you could just be like a silly little guy who plays music. Every game needs a silly little guy. These games are popular examples of sandbox MMORPGs. Games that provided the bare-bones structure for gameplay like skills, monsters, items, and sometimes factions, but left the stories and events of that world to the players. The MMO usually credited with nailing the formula first is Ultima Online. Richard Garriott, the creator of the Ultima series and certified insane person, said Ultima Online would be, I believe, the very first completely virtual world for the mass public to go live alternate lives in. The players of Ultima Online liked his ideas so much that they literally killed his character in PvP while he was giving a speech. This is the kind of stuff you get in a sandbox MMORPG. Another MMO, meanwhile, is continuing to set new records and peak subscriber count every single expansion. Its massive 3D world, quests, dungeon systems, and more are all unlike anything other MMORPGs are capable of replicating. EverQuest wasn't a sandbox MMO. Instead, it opted for what's known as a theme park experience. Compared to the sandbox, the theme park MMO offers a much more linear experience with tons of quests, zones, and objectives that make sure you, as the player, will always know your next step. But even EverQuest had plenty of sandbox elements inside of it. The design of player interaction and agency were above any other gameplay elements, leaving room for the emergent gameplay that the MMO genre was known for at this time. The open world dungeons and lack of auction house still forced players to interact and create their own smaller stories inside the larger developer curated one. Brad McQuaid, a designer on EverQuest, said he wanted to create worlds, not games. In essence, he wanted to keep the sandbox elements of early MMOs alive.
It became pretty obvious pretty quickly that those theme park elements of EverQuest were the most popular. They were the driving force behind the success of the game. Whereas all these other MMOs were a little bit more abstract and harder to understand, EverQuest was, at the time, really easy to get into. So with each expansion, the EverQuest developers doubled down on those theme park elements. More quests, more leveling zones, more developer-created events. All of this helped to make EverQuest, by a a pretty wide margin, the most popular MMORPG in the world. But what the developers of EverQuest didn't know is that they were actually laying out the blueprint for how to take down not only their game, but the rest of the MMO industry. Because as it turns out, at the same time, a small team of developers at Disney were working on Club Penguin. But that's not relevant to this conversation. What is relevant is the small team at Blizzard that was working on their own MMO. And when that game finally launched, it didn't just compete with EverQuest and RuneScape and Star Wars Galaxies. It completely dominated. It was no longer a race to be number one. It was a race to survive. And most wouldn't, because it was a new world of Warcraft.
World of Warcraft's release in 2004 hit the MMORPG industry like a tidal wave. Seemingly overnight, it hit 1 million subscribers, then 2 million, then 5 million, 10 times what EverQuest had seen at its record-setting peak. Blizzard took the MMO formula and completely streamlined it, creating easily the most polished experience of any online game on the market. It had a huge world with unbelievable graphics, no loading screens between zones, the smoothest combat experience you could ever ask for, and all of the pain points of its predecessors were buffed away. World of Warcraft dove headfirst into the theme park model, putting thousands of quests in every corner of the world to lead players from objective to objective, never with any question of what to do next. They made unbelievable technical advancements, like the exclamation point over quest givers' heads. I'm like only kind of joking, that was a huge deal at the time. Where other MMORPGs took hours just to understand the absolute basics, WoW held your hand as it guided you through its world every step of the way. As Richie Procopio puts it in his History of MMORPGs, instead of wandering aimlessly and crawling through the game via trial and error, WoW's quest system took you on a tour of the world of Azeroth. It was a gameplay loop that was as addicting as it was simple. It sacrificed the difficulty and immersion of earlier MMORPGs to create an experience that each individual player could find fun as easily and quickly as possible. It was the first MMO that was truly solo and casual player friendly, something EverQuest, WoW's closest competitor, definitely wasn't.
I think it's easy these days to forget just how good and accessible World of Warcraft was at release. The user interface and relatively simple spells look dated to us now, but back then it was extremely easy to understand. I mean, there were a lot of EverQuest players who would complain that the game was too easy. It should be hard like EverQuest was. To them, World of Warcraft was a game for babies, and EverQuest was a game for grown-up babies. But in the end, the market spoke loud and clear. It's a world full of babies, and they like World of Warcraft. The instant impacts of World of Warcraft's extreme success were really damaging to the existing MMOs out there. Players were talking on the EverQuest forums about how the world felt emptier and it was harder to find groups. You had developers working on Star Wars Galaxy noting that there were significant drops in player and subscriber numbers.
But it really was just a devastating blow.
And the effect was worldwide. Even in Asia, where Lineage had the most subscribers of any game worldwide, it started to dip down because more and more players were switching to World of Warcraft. But the aftermath of all these players leaving these games for World of Warcraft wasn't just damaging to the studios and developers, it was damaging to the players who didn't leave. These games would do everything in their power to win back the players they lost and try to compete with World of Warcraft, but in the end, a lot of those updates just became trying to be World of Warcraft. I'm recording this at 10 a.m. by the way.
Star Wars Galaxies released the combat upgrade and new game enhancements in 2005, a year after WoW's release. An update that even the game's designers Raph Koster and Richard Vogel weren't convinced was a good idea.
And if you change that core loop and make it more like WoW, you will lose a large audience over time. And I said, you can't do that in a game like this. It's already been out.
These updates combined to make the game unrecognizable from the vast open sandbox players had known and loved. And so the last remnants of the player base that hadn't left for World of Warcraft now slowly faded away, and Star Wars Galaxies would eventually shut down in 2011. RuneScape, which was hit far less dramatically by WoW's initial release, eventually made their own attempt to modernize their game and compete with World of Warcraft. In 2013, Jagex released the Evolution of Combat, a complete complete ground-up rework of RuneScape's combat system. To this day, the update is remembered by the player base as the day RuneScape died. The player count was cut down by half and never managed to recover. I talk about the evolution of combat and Star Wars Galaxies in this video in the top right if you want to hear more. And if you don't click it, I'm calling your mother, so you know what to do. Despite all that though, WoW's massive success legitimized the MMORPG genre as a potential cash cow. This meant publishers would be tripping over themselves to cash in on the gold rush with their own new games. If you could be the company to release the next World of Warcraft, you'd be rich beyond your wildest dreams. And that's exactly what started happening just a couple of years after WoW's release. The hunt for the WoW killer had begun. The first company to take a shot at beating World of Warcraft was Mythic, the company behind the pretty popular Dark Age of Camelot. They had pretty much everything you could hope for in a developer trying to take down WoW. Experience with MMOs? Check. The backing of a massive company? Check. They had EA on their side. And maybe most importantly, they had a well-known IP, Warhammer. Ironically, the original Warcraft game that spawned the franchise was almost going to be a Warhammer game until Blizzard decided to go in a different direction. This isn't even something I looked up for this video, I just know this fact.
Warhammer Online: Age of Reckoning was two things: a horribly named game, but also a massively hyped one. This was going to be the first major competitor to World of Warcraft, and even better, it was from a major fantasy IP. In the lead up to the game's release, all people could talk about was how this game was going to be the one that took down World of Warcraft. Mark Jacobs, the CEO of Mythic and lead designer on Warhammer Online: Age of Reckoning, even said that it's time to go to war. I think he wants to kill people. Internally, he said that people talked about the fact that this game would beat even Blizzard's numbers. The goal was clear: beat Blizzard. In his defense, he did acknowledge multiple times that beating World of Warcraft was a pretty lofty, if not unrealistic, expectation. But he also had direct experience in competing against an industry titan. Mark Jacobs and Mythic had gone against EverQuest with their game Dark Age of Camelot, and they did pretty well for themselves. Sure, they never overtook it, but they carved out a nice section of the MMORPG player base for themselves that allowed them to thrive. And even better, Warhammer Online: Age of Reckoning had some pretty cool innovations. They had these things called public quests, which were basically world events that would spawn randomly throughout the world, and players would collaborate to take them down without having to join a group or anything. You would just automatically be a part of that quest if you were in the area. This is a great form of social lubricant that can get players together in a natural way that doesn't force you to spam a looking for group channel or use a dungeon finder. This system worked so well in Warhammer that you actually see it in massive MMOs to this day, like Fates in Final Fantasy XIV is exactly the same system, and I'm a big fan of that.
Warhammer Online: Age of Reckoning also pulled from Mythic's first MMO, Dark Age of Camelot, by introducing massive faction PvP battles in sectioned off areas of the world called lakes. As soon as you joined one of these battles, you'd have your levels boosted to match the area's level, meaning you didn't need to grind to max level before participating in PvP like you do in so many other MMORPGs. But for as many innovative and new systems that Warhammer Online had, the World of Warcraft influence was all over it at a fundamental level. The quest system felt like a copy-paste of World of Warcraft's. The combat was the same cooldown ability rotation as World of Warcraft's. The core systems that drove Warhammer Online were all just so similar to World of Warcraft's that the innovations they made on top of it felt superficial. Despite this though, when Warhammer Online launched, it was extremely successful. Over 1 million copies sold and over 800,000 subscribers in the first month is a home run for any MMORPG. The problem was, the fall-off was dramatic. Within a couple of months, the subscriber count had fallen over 60% to 300,000. The game, for as many cool systems as it had, just had too many issues. There wasn't enough content. The content there was had serious technical problems, like horrible frame rate during the PvP battles that were a big selling point for the game. The hundreds of servers that were opened in anticipation of a big launch were now deserted, and Mythic took too long to consolidate them, making for just bad user experience on the abandoned servers. A lot of these issues could have been addressed if the game hadn't been rushed out the door early to try and get ahead of World of Warcraft, because another thing that contributed to the downfall of Warhammer so quickly was that WoW's most successful expansion of all time, Wrath of the Lich King, released just 1 month later. Warhammer couldn't recover. The first impression was already made, and the vast majority of the player base had moved back to World of Warcraft. Despite the many efforts of Mythic to keep Warhammer Online alive, it was too little too late. In 2009, just a year after the game's release, Mythic underwent massive layoffs, and 5 years later, the game would shut down permanently.
Warhammer Online wasn't a bad game. I'd even go as far as to say it was a pretty good one, but it had to contend with the hardest part of beating World of Warcraft. Getting players to quit World of Warcraft. Convincing someone to stop playing a game they've invested hundreds of thousands of hours in to switch to a game they have no social connections or achievements or any progress to speak of in is a tough deal for any game. Yep. It's a tough world out there. At least I can always go back and watch my favorite movie, 1982's Conan the Barbarian, starring Arnold Schwarzenegger. Man, I wish there was an MMO based on that. Age of Conan had a pretty straightforward goal when it came to challenging World of Warcraft's dominance. It was to hit a different lane. Everything about World of Warcraft, from its cartoonish style to its straightforward simplicity in its early days, seemed to target more of a younger audience. Age of Conan thought they could do pretty well by trying to target adults, and there's one of two ways to do that: violence or porn. Guess which one they went for? Here's a hint. Wow, look at him go. That's pretty crazy. Oh my god, he just cut that guy's head off. Neat. I'm a male and I want to play this game. Age of Conan, whose full name was actually Age of Conan: Hyborian Adventures, oh my god, stop doing colons, guys, had a quest system that, just like Warhammer, resembled World of Warcraft's a lot. And on the surface, you might look at the combat and think that's also like World of Warcraft's ability cooldown system. But in reality, Conan is where systematically Age of Conan made its biggest change, and it's one I really, really like.
I think what we tried to want to do when we started was that we wanted to make a game where player skills mattered more.
That's Gote Godagger. I don't know if I'm pronouncing that name right. I think it's Norwegian. I apologize. He's the game director for Age of Conan. His goal was to make sure that the game avoided as many cliches as possible, and to him, the best way to do that was through combat. In Age of Conan, your attacks could hit multiple opponents in front of you based on the direction you chose to attack in. Your abilities would chain together in preset combos to do extra damage or inflict status effects, like using the sweep attack into a left strike would do bonus damage. Enemies would start defending their sides, leaving other sides exposed, allowing the player to time a directional strike to do even more damage with their basic attacks. It had the fingerprints of a tab target combat system, but completely revamped to make it a little bit more tactical and, frankly, more engaging. Beyond combat, Age of Conan was also attempting to have the most polished RPG elements of any MMORPG. Its early story is all fully voice acted and almost entirely soloable. The focus was on getting players acclimated to the game, the world, and telling an immersive story. Something only a few online games had ever done successfully, most notably Guild Wars. The key in the developers' minds was to create systems that were as polished as World of Warcraft's, with enough difference to make sure it wasn't just another World of Warcraft clone. The early game of Age of Conan was designed to show all of this off, get people hooked, and slowly wean them away from World of Warcraft. And at first, it worked. In its first month, Age of Conan hit 700,000 subscribers, making it the second most subscribed MMO at the time of its release, something Funcom, the company behind the game, was extremely proud of. But just like with Warhammer, there were issues. After level 20, the point at which players left the starting island of Tortage, the polish players were used to faded away and started to chip. There were fewer quests, leading to forced mob grinding sessions that felt awkward. The story that was so well crafted early on got lazy and sparse, and the endgame, beyond some PvP, was almost non-existent, leaving players who had dedicated their time to this game with nothing to do when they got to the end.
Players definitely won't be disappointed with the polish that Age of Conan puts into the leveling arc, but the end game is still an unfinished product.
If that doesn't sound like a big deal, you need to understand that MMORPGs are almost always defined by their endgames. If you ask some players, they'll tell you that the game starts at the endgame after you've reached the maximum level. This is something that was true back then, but is even more true today. One of the big criticisms of New World, a modern MMO that came out just a few years ago, was that the endgame was pretty much not there and left players with nothing to do, and eventually they all drifted back to World of Warcraft. That's what happened with Age of Conan. Except it might have been even worse than that. Age of Conan's graphics were ahead of its time as far as MMOs go, but with that was the high minimum requirement to even run the game, so thousands of players ran into frame rate issues, crashes, trouble launching the game, and more. At its launch, I remember hearing more about Age of Conan's problems than I do its design or its successes. Back in 2008, these kinds of issues were unacceptable at launch. That might sound a little weird to you, because these days, if a game isn't broken at launch, that's pretty surprising. I mean, no one boots up a Bethesda game and is like, I don't expect to run into any issues here. So despite the early success, Age of Conan very quickly fell off. After its first year of release, Funcom reported subscribers were down to under 100,000, and the company had lost 23 million on the game. Gote, who was the face of the game in all these interviews leading up to it, left Funcom just a few months after Age of Conan released. In 2015, he told MMORPG.com, "I was depressed. I had done everything I could and exhausted everything I knew when I made Age of Conan. I had tried so hard to make something that could be my legacy."
It's easy to look back on these games and make fun of how they failed or how they were WoW clones, but there was genuinely a human element to these failures. The reality is there are hundreds of people who deeply care about the worlds they're creating and the games they're making, just like Gote. For them, their goal wasn't just beat World of Warcraft, it was make something special. Make something that players could go into and make their own memories and have their own adventures. Something that I know we all have memories of as a kid, whether it be in EverQuest or RuneScape or World of Warcraft or whatever it was that you enjoyed. And for the developers making these games, it required a lot of personal investment, meaning that when you put the game out there, there was a good portion of yourself in that game. So to see it not succeed the way you wanted it to can feel personal. Or at least that will be the case until AI replaces every programmer and every artist, making the world significantly worse than it already is, and, you know, just generally kind of ruining the vibes. But hey, we don't have to worry about sentient robots taking our jobs anytime soon. That's something that only happens a long time ago in a galaxy far, far away. We're talking about the Star Wars MMO now, baby. It's 2011 now. We're a few years removed from Warhammer Online: Age of Reckoning and Age of Conan: Hyborian Adventures, and now it's time for a new game with a colon. One MMO I haven't mentioned yet is Lord of the Rings Online, because it wasn't really called a World of Warcraft killer when it released in 2007, but it did manage to find a good amount of success, and it's still online even to this day. And because of that, a natural thought occurred. What if we took another major IP with an iconic trilogy and made an MMO out of it? Yeah, that was called Star Wars Galaxies. It was shut down. But what if we did it again? So that's how we got Star Wars: The Old Republic.
Star Wars: The Old Republic was very cleverly named to trick people into thinking it might be a sequel or remaster of one of the Knights of the Old Republic games from the mid-2000s. But in reality, it was an attempt to put World of Warcraft in space. To do this, EA, who if you remember helped publish the Warhammer MMO that didn't do so well, spent $200 million to build and promote the game. The combat of Star Wars: The Old Republic was almost exactly the same as World of Warcraft's system, but it was in space, so instead of swinging a sword, you'd swing a lightsaber. Instead of casting a spell, you'd use the Force, and instead of shooting a gun, you'd shoot a gun with laser. But the Old Republic wasn't just a World of Warcraft clone. Just like Age of Conan had a few years earlier, this game's focus was on storytelling, a selling point that World of Warcraft had been struggling in since the end of Wrath of the Lich King. This was a pretty smart thing to do since the game was made by BioWare, the legendary company behind the original Knights of the Old Republic game, Baldur's Gate, and more. But they didn't just want to have one story all their players and classes went through. They had $200 million. They could go way bigger. At the launch of the Old Republic, there were 8 unique classes, like the Jedi Knight, the Smuggler, and the Bounty Hunter. Each of these classes had their own distinct quest lines that were fully voiced with unique missions and even some impactful choices you would make throughout. In a way, you could compare this to World of Warcraft's class-specific quests, but instead of being 1 or 2 quests you would do on your journey to max level, this was the entire story of the game for your character. These storylines were all meant to be completable individually, but other players could come help you in certain missions. You'd still need other players for the rest of the game, like in dungeons, raids, and PvP, but the bulk of leveling in the Old Republic was much more similar to playing a standard BioWare RPG. BioWare was trying to hit a different lane than World of Warcraft did, both in setting and in execution, but that didn't stop the comparisons. Forum posters would call the game a WoW killer before the game even hit the market. Articles started asking the question every time new info came out. Even Electronic Arts CEO said in 2011 that the Old Republic had no particular ambition to be a distant number 2. So, yeah, there were a lot of comparisons happening. And like both of the other games we talked about, as soon as it launched, it was a massive success. It was actually a way bigger success than anyone expected. Even the team internally couldn't believe it.
Lots of people were talking about how we were going to be the next big MMORPG, that we were going to dethrone the great World of Warcraft.
And the way things were shaping up, people thought it might actually become the WoW killer, but it wasn't. The Old Republic came out and it did extremely well. It had a stable launch, it hit over 1 million subscribers, it maintained a healthy player base afterwards, but it never even got close to taking the #1 spot from World of Warcraft. Players were getting to the endgame too fast, consuming content as it came out at a pace the team couldn't match, and when the dust settled, most players still felt this game was too much of a World of Warcraft clone. Something that maybe could scratch the itch for a little while, but couldn't replace WoW. This is the problem almost all new MMOs face even to this day. Age of Conan faced it too. World of Warcraft is just too massive.
When World of Warcraft came out, it was already a massive game, and with each major patch and each expansion, it only got bigger with more defined endgame, more raids, more dungeons, more quests. It was just so much content, and it also just continued to become more and more polished. Any game that wanted to compete with World of Warcraft was going to have to match that scale, but WoW had a huge head start. You could do everything right, create the best systems, have the most polish of any MMORPG, but WoW just had everything else. Less than a year after launch, Star Wars Galaxies switched to a free-to-play model, something that would become extremely common in the MMORPG world, and that was, in my opinion, horribly damaging. In Star Wars, you could reach max level and go through the entire story, which is a lot of content for free, and I love free stuff. But I do believe that this was the predecessor to a lot of the microtransaction models we started to see become popular around this time. It opened a whole can of worms that I feel slowly unraveled the MMORPG industry over the past decade, but that's a story for another time. Star Wars: The Old Republic did manage to keep a pretty sizable player base, and like some other games I've talked about, it's still online today, and I genuinely think it's still a good time. But the bottom line is, the Old Republic wasn't a WoW killer. It wasn't even particularly close. So if EA's money and Star Wars' brand recognition couldn't even get an MMO to be #2 behind World of Warcraft, things seemed pretty dismal for any other company trying it out. But that's when we started hearing about one more MMORPG. One by a company that wasn't worth billions of dollars like EA. And the game wasn't based on some known IP like Warhammer or Star Wars or Conan. It was something new, something fresh, something that might just be the WoW killer.
Rift wasn't just another WoW killer that people talked about on forums or in articles. Rift's marketing was centered almost exclusively on being known as the WoW killer. We're not in Azeroth anymore. Tryon Worlds, the relatively unknown creators of Rift, plastered this tagline wherever they could, a direct shot across the bow at World of Warcraft like no game had taken before. and it was kind of genius. Instantly, people were talking about the game, some asking if saying "we're not in Azeroth anymore" is even legal, others saying it straight up made them mad, but either way, Rift was in people's minds now. Scott Hartzman, the executive producer on Rift, even said a World of Warcraft producer emailed him with just the word, "Really?" Which I don't know why, but I find that very funny. For better or worse, Rift's entire identity would be tied to World of Warcraft, and their goal, transparently, was to get people to jump ship to their game. To do that, Rift borrowed heavily from WoW. They wanted Rift to feel familiar to former World of Warcraft players, but they also wanted to improve on the formula, so they started assembling some of the best mechanics from other games to try and blend them all into the best MMORPG possible. The Soul system took WoW's original talent system and expanded on it, letting players mix and match any 3 subclasses and spend points across each of them to create an unbelievable amount of builds. Throughout the world, rifts would open. Wait, hold on. That's actually why it's called Rift. I'm not even joking, I just got that. These rifts would release monsters into the world that players had to work together to destroy, somewhat similar to Warhammer's public quest system. And maybe most impressively, Rift had a complete suite of content, from leveling to raids to PvP and more. Tryon had taken the best parts of World of Warcraft, added to it, and scaled it to a complete MMORPG that seemed like it could actually compete. When it came to launch time, everything went basically perfect. It was smooth, bugs were worked out quickly, and it didn't have the performance issues of its predecessors. A few months in, Rift crossed 1 million paying subscribers, making it the first MMORPG post-WoW that had managed to gain subscribers instead of facing a massive collapse after the initial launch. Rift was polished, it was fun, it was successful, and it felt like World of Warcraft. So why didn't it last? Rift at its peak still only managed to be 1/10 of the size of World of Warcraft's player base. A lot of this had to do with Tryon Worlds just being too small to deliver updates at their cadence that kept players engaged, whereas World of Warcraft's team would get major patches out every few months. But the even bigger issue, in my opinion, is that the game was just too close to World of Warcraft. The marketing, the systems, the 2-faction PvP warfare, everything, even the differences, felt like WoW. I can recognize how that was beneficial, at least to get their name out there, but fundamentally in the game's DNA was World of Warcraft. And that's a problem when you're trying to convince people to switch to your game, because, as I've said before, you can't replicate the connections those players have to World of Warcraft. Players had guilds, mounts, memories, achievements, friends, and more back on WoW. They had attachments, both real and digital. Rift was trying to be WoW but better, but the experience it gave people wasn't different or compelling enough to get people to sacrifice everything they were leaving behind.
Rift managed to do something that no other MMO had to that point: maintain hype after it launched. But even still, it couldn't keep it up. It became clear pretty quickly that Rift was not going to be the WoW killer it was hyping itself up to be. We were now at this point 7 or 8 years removed from WoW's release, and nothing had come close. Nothing had made a dent. World of Warcraft's dominance continued for 10 years after Rift's release. There were some new MMOs that came out that had some hype, like Elder Scrolls Online, Guild Wars 2, and Final Fantasy XIV. Twice, but none of those really moved the needle at all, and the question of WoW killers wasn't even being asked anymore. People didn't even consider it a possibility. Even when there were these big new MMOs coming out from multi-billion-dollar companies like Amazon, no one really thought it would stand a chance. All they could hope for was that it would be a decent enough MMORPG. WoW's foothold is just too strong. But that doesn't mean it can't be dethroned.
In 2018, World of Warcraft's 7th expansion, Battle for Azeroth, released to not great reception. This wasn't too shocking, to be honest.
BFA.
Blizzard had survived bad expansions before, and they would probably survive this one. All that mattered is that they followed it up with a great expansion to make up for it. So in 2020, Blizzard released Shadowlands. Arguably the worst expansion in the game's history. Shadowlands and Battle for Azeroth combined to create an almost 4-year period where the majority of players were upset with the state of World of Warcraft. It didn't matter if you liked raiding, or storylines, or world events. These expansions weren't cutting it. To make matters worse, the pandemic that started in 2020 gave people a lot of time at home to spend not working, and they were desperate for that time to go somewhere. So if World of Warcraft couldn't fill that gap for them, something else would. and that's when Final Fantasy XIV took over. Final Fantasy was a year removed from arguably its best expansion in Shadowbringers, and it already had a huge player base from the year since its re-release in 2014. That year, in 2020, hundreds of thousands of players started jumping ship from World of Warcraft to Final Fantasy XIV. It wasn't anything Final Fantasy XIV did to try and capitalize on WoW's failures that helped it siphon players during that year. It just existed, making quality updates, creating an amazing story, fostering the player base it had, and creating content that anyone could enjoy whenever they were ready to. Final Fantasy managed to maintain itself so that when World of Warcraft finally started to show cracks, it was ready to swoop in. It's not an easy strategy to pull off. It takes a lot of money, and it means your game has to be willing to survive a few lean years at times, especially early on. It's something only a game run by a huge company like Square Enix can even do. But if nothing else, it showed that there is a way to take down World of Warcraft. It just takes a lot of money and a lot of patience, because the only thing that can truly kill World of Warcraft is Blizzard.
World of Warcraft isn't dead. In fact, it's still #1 by most estimations to this day. Despite subscriber numbers dropping year over year for the most part, every year since 2011, it's still there. It's still kicking. And if you ask anyone what MMO they play, if any, the odds are they're going to tell you they play World of Warcraft. I don't know how much longer it'll last. I don't even know if MMORPGs will be a thing in the way we know them by the time WoW loses its throne. But I do know that the effects of World of Warcraft have led to some pretty sad outcomes for other MMORPGs. There are countless World of Warcraft clones out there that don't actually try and be any different or create a world worth exploring. Every MMO seems to follow World of Warcraft's monetization model, because if they can do it and make more money, then surely we can do it and make more money. Even down to gameplay loops, where Blizzard has started to trend more and more towards time-gated events that if you don't log in and participate in, they're gone forever, or daily quests that you have to log in every day just to do to artificially inflate login numbers. It's something we're seeing more and more throughout other games. It's basically had a monopoly on the genre, which has led to stagnation and the death of innovation just because it's too big to fail. In the years immediately following World of Warcraft, the pace of new MMORPGs coming out was honestly unbelievable. There's so many great games I haven't mentioned, or MMOs that were supposed to release but didn't, like EverQuest Next, which part of me feels like would have actually been great, but we never got to see it because everyone who worked on it left Daybreak and went to work for Blizzard on World of Warcraft. Like, I'm not even joking. So many people who worked on EverQuest are now on World of Warcraft. That's crazy. But it feels like that era is over. We're not getting that many new MMOs anymore, and it doesn't feel like there's any hope of anything really beating WoW. So it's not great. Man, it really makes you think. Like, why did I put on my green leggings when I'm sitting behind a green screen this entire time? That was a weird decision.
Hey, you're a patron. Thank you so much for your support. Hey, you're a patron. I like you very much, cause hey, you're a patron. Patreon is where you're at. You went to the URL in the description and you gave me your money, and that's pretty neat. Hey, you're a patron. Thank you so much for your support. Hey, you're a patron. I like you very much, cause hey, you're a patron. Patreon is where you're at. You went to the URL in the description and you gave me your money, and that's pretty neat.
Wasn't expecting this when I woke up today. A few hours ago, earlier this afternoon, Bethesda just revealed, showcased, and then released a full-blown remaster of The Elder Scrolls Oblivion. I mean, we're talking a complete and total update for the game. The visuals have been redone from top to bottom, with the graphics enhanced thanks to Unreal Engine 5, while the original engine still handles the core gameplay systems and features. They have remade every single model and texture by hand, combat got an overhaul with many modern day updates, including new animations, sound effects, feedback improvements, and abilities. They've added sprinting, which was notably not in the original. The third-person camera got improved. There's a new updated leveling system, a new interface, and a bunch of new voice acting combined with the original voices, along with improved lip sync technology. Yeah, this thing just kind of dropped out of nowhere. Now, we had been hearing rumors about a remaster over the past couple of weeks, but to see it just appear like this and then immediately be available, not something that I was anticipating. I wouldn't have, not expecting this. And I'll be honest, I am pretty pumped, especially since Oblivion is easily my least played Elder Scrolls game. Given that fact, combined with the massive improvements here, with the visuals and combat getting completely updated, I mean, this may as well be a brand new Elder Scrolls game for me personally. Honestly, like, pretty sure the last time I played Oblivion was nearly 20 years ago. I don't remember much of anything, so I am really looking forward to this. All right, let's dive in. Dude, I legitimately could not believe they just put this out. I mean, I know it's a 20-year-old game, but they just announced it and put it out. It's freaking something. All right, dude, let's play Oblivion. Most remasters of games don't provide this big of a visual overhaul. It's really something. I'm freaking pumped, dude. This is really, what a pleasant surprise, huh? I know, like, sure, I want the Elder Scrolls 6 as much as everyone else, but this is really neat as well. All right, what do I want to play as? I mean, can we just admit to the fact right now that we're gonna be a stealth Khajiit anyways, so do we just start out as it? I mean, I kind of want to do sword and board with some magic, to be honest with you, though. Not surprising, the game also looks better than Skyrim, which, again, not surprising, because Skyrim's a billion years old. Skyrim's practically as old as Oblivion. Oh my god, dude. The amount of time between the Elder Scrolls 6 and the Elder Scrolls 5 is just something. But anyway, all right, let's focus here. You know what? Let's do Nord. This randomization option isn't... What is that? I feel like I'm playing Dark Souls with some of these characters. I'm playing Dark Souls with some of these character looks. This is sure something. Oh man, we gotta get something. We gotta get. Come on, just give me one. Just give me one. Just give me. I don't think I can do it. I don't think I can do Nord. All right, I'm just playing Nord. Vesto, no to Easton. What about my hairstyles? I don't know what is going on there, dude. Get a mohawk. Get my punk era. The bandana. Yeah, let's do it. All right, there we go. I am in Nord, over the mountains. Master of Cold, great fortitude, highly talented warrior, augmenting willpower. Let's do it, dude. I'm ready to go.
What's this prisoner doing here? This cell is supposed to be off limits.
I'm just chilling.
Never mind. Get that gate open.
You, prisoner, stand aside. Over by the window. Stay out of the way and you won't get hurt.
I'm literally sitting.
Prisoner, stand away from the door. Over by the window now.
All right. Chill. Okay, is that good?
Stay put, prisoner.
Good. Let's go.
Let me see your face. You are the one from my dreams.
Man, I know I played this game, but I honestly remember nothing. What? It's been so long. So this is might as well be a fresh experience for me. I think I only did one playthrough. I'll go in fisticuffs. Oh, never mind. They're all dead. Okay. Oh, this person's gonna have stuff for me. There we go.
How could they be waiting for us here?
I just can't get over how good this looks, considering it's a remaster. You know what I'm saying?
You stay here, prisoner. Don't try to follow.
What do you want me to do? You want me to just sit in here? Rats? Oh, third person toggle. All right, hold to perform. Yeah, of course. We'll block and then a heavy attack. Okay, he doesn't want me to follow him. Luckily, rats busted through the concrete. I'm sorry, not concrete. Those are clearly stones. Whoa, here we go. Got a shield. Got literally everything we need here on Mr. Skelly. I'm sorry you didn't make it. Lock picking. It's supposed to be pretty much the same as the original. Magic. We got clairvoyance. Minor heal wounds. We equip. Ah, there's the radial heal. Clairvoyance shows me where to go. Here's a ward. Swap with the keybinds. Got a fire spell that I can cast. This magic system feels pretty good. Yeah, I do really like the battle mage style. I can't believe we have so many spells to start though. That's like incredible, honestly. Oh, battle music. but I don't know from where. Okay, there's a rat. Okay, this is good physics. I like that. Man, this magic is unbelievable. I don't even know. Maybe I won't go battle mage. Maybe I'll just go mage. Like, holy crap. No, I like being able to mix it up with melee. It's also nice to have the different attack variants. You know what I mean? Wheel of cheese. We definitely need that. Out here one-shotting these rats, bro. I think I'm playing on the medium difficulty. I bump it up, depending. Oh, I was supposed to sneak. Sorry, Goblin. How you doing? I can't get over how good this looks. Like, you know, again, considering it's a remaster. Hey, you guys like logs? Oh, come on, not him too? Can I sneak this guy? Tried to do it before, but didn't work out. Okay, it's just a 2x damage. And a little bum there's no animation for that, gonna be honest. Yo, lightning zap. Nope. Oh, I can take it. Oh, it's worth a ton too, dude. Ooh. Take all. Yeah, I kind of like this third person mode. Like, this actually looks pretty good. They did say in the preview that they improved. Damn, dude, that actually looks pretty good.
For the blaze! I'm supposed to be impressed. Oblivion take you.
Nice, good job, guys. They told me not to follow them, but like I'm right here. Okay, well, since he's staring straight at me, maybe I'll get...
I cannot understand why I trust you.
All right. Let's see here. Increase magicka. What if I did the magicka, mixed it up? Agility, luck, speed, grants invisibility, increases magicka by 100 points, but weakness to magicka. Oh, movement speed by 20 points. That's also pretty good. Cannot regenerate magicka, but have the ability to absorb any magicka cast at them. God, dude, what do I think maybe I'll try this. Can I change it later? Oh, it's a birth sign? Probably not. Whatever. Gonna go with it.
I am blessed to see the hour of my death, to face my apportioned fate.
Would that be preferable? I mean, I guess it could relieve a lot of anxiety, right? Like, you think about it. If you knew exactly when you were gonna die, you wouldn't have to worry about dying at any other point. You just know when it's gonna happen. A life without anxiety of death. You know what? I think that's an acceptable trade-off. You know, as long as you didn't know you're gonna die tomorrow. But I guess even if you were gonna die tomorrow, you would want to know. So yes, actually, you know what? I'll take it. Just tell me, somebody beam it into my brain. Tell me when. What is it asking me to do? Stick with the blades or follow Uriel? I think I want to follow Uriel. All right, listen, like I said, I've only ever played this game once. I was a baby when I played it. 2005. Yes, I was a child when I originally played this game, okay? So you have to cut me some slack. I don't remember. I only played it once. This is my least played Elder Scrolls game. I think I played Arena more than I've played Oblivion. But that's part of the reason I'm so excited. Like, this looks freaking great. And so far, it's all the Elder Scrolls I remember.
The Emperor's in danger.
Wait, this guy? I got him. I missed him. We'll try this guy. Oh, sorry, Emperor. Sorry. Wait, it's telling me to go that way, but you're telling me to go
The gate is barred from the other side. A trap! What about that side passage back there?
Yeah, this one.
Worth a try. Let's go.
I love that line delivery there. That was great. Ready for the ambush?
For the blades and the Emperor!
Can I come? Oh, I got him.
That's the best you can do.
Nope. This is. Oh, no. Whoa. What? Oh, yeah.
You chose a bad day.
You thought we'd go...
Kidding me?
The amulet. Where's the amulet of kings? It wasn't on the Emperor's body.
Oh, I'm telling him? Okay, the Emperor gave it to me.
But from what I've seen of you, I'm guessing you're an experienced rogue. Am I right?
What makes you think I'm a rogue? I have magic spells and I'm wearing warrior stuff. Strength and willpower. Yeah, I think Crusader. Let's do it.
Leave the Emperor in peace.
Yeah, no. I wasn't gonna do anything. I was just wearing a lot of stuff. Okay. God, dude, I'm so freaking pumped. Honestly, it's like playing a new game. To me, It's as if they released a new Elder Scrolls game. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's a good day. I don't know. I think the one-shotting is a little much, even if it is just on the rats. I think I want to bump it up a little bit more, at least. Difficulty, let's go to expert. No info on what the parameters change, unfortunately. But, like, I assume everything's gonna be harder to kill, but is there anything else? Like, do I regen slower? Is there, like, let's see here. The last guy took, oh my god, why that is a lot more. Whatever, this is gonna be more interesting. Okay, alright, chill. Oh, good. Just like all proper games from 20 years ago, you can abuse enemy AI pathing. Whoa! Yeah, this is already better. I'm already liking this better. I mean, I still like don't even need healing. So I used to one-shot the rats. Yeah, I think I picked the right difficulty here. This is good. It's actually something now. There's the exit. All right. Hey, look at that. Look at that. What if we walked through, we opened the gates, fade to black, you wake up on the cart. Could you imagine? Damn it, Todd Howard, you did it again. All right. I think I'm gonna just explore. This is like exactly what that's exactly what I'm looking for. I just want to explore, honestly. Am I in combat already? Hello? Crab? I just got out of here, mud crab.
God damn. Triple.
Like, give me a break. Probably want to sell some stuff. I'm assuming that I'll have a home and everything, and I can store my stuff away. Damn, dude, this looks great. I just can't get over it, dude. I think I'm just used to remasters just being like looking barely any different, and this just looks so much better. I mean, sure, it's still, it doesn't necessarily look as good as like, as I expect like Elder Scrolls 6 to look, right? But it looks pretty darn good, especially parts of it, like the water reflections, the lighting, textures ain't bad. Like, what is this? Yeah, let's check this. Let's check this thing out.
Huh. Whatever it was, it's gone now.
Hello? Hi, Butterfly. Hey guys, how's it going? Hello? Okay. Well, watch out for the fish. Oh my god. Excuse me, I need to make a trip this way. Are you guys following me? Yes. All right. One second. Oh my. I think I need to eat some food. What do we got? Some apples? Eat it. Cheese? Eat it. Cheese wheel? Eat it. Why is my health barely moving? Wait a second. What just happened? You're at full health? Hello? You consume a potion?
Show me what you've done.
Freaking A, that. Oh, I don't. Oh, God. I think I have to lower the difficulty. Maybe I kill the archer first?
You'll never take me down.
Maybe I bumped the difficulty too early. Maybe that was a mistake. All right, well, we'll try it again.
I'm just warming up, you pathetic worm.
Okay. That was good. That was good. I swear to God, if she heals again. Oh my God, dude. What are you wearing? What are you wearing? Nothing. There's no special. You literally just got... Quick save. God, dude, this is stressful. This is like my first real fight, and it's already going horribly. I should have played the stealth archer, clearly. Sweet. Like, I know obviously it was gonna look better because it's a remaster, but I can't get over like how good this looks. I know people are gonna say, Force, you're crazy. Right, doesn't look that good. I think it looks pretty good. Certainly looks way better than I remember Oblivion looking. But although, to be fair, I remember basically nothing about Oblivion, so maybe it looks just as good. Oh my God, dude. It's also, you know, it's great for me too. This is giving me a lot of ESO nostalgia, because so much of this transferred over into that game too. Pulling some power from the well, the alien well. How do you say it? I'll also add, it's running quite well as well. Like I haven't really noticed any performance hitches at all. Right as I said that, there was a little bit of a dip there. All right, well, whatever. Still good. Okay, let's check this place out. Oh, hello. Shit.
Jump on my sword while you can.
So there's like directional attacks now. There's like directional attacks. So if I hold down heavy and back, I'll show you this way. So if I hold down forward and a heavy attack, it does a forward stab. Oh no. 1 second, I gotta go outside. I need some fresh air. So if I hold down heavy and back, I do this backwards slash. You see that? This. You go backwards and you do a slash. And the same thing happens forward. I wonder about left or right. Yep.
Where did I get that?
So if I do a forward one, it's like that. You gotta get the...
Today you die!
Really gotta get the distance. Oh my god, dude. I love how I'm sitting here trying to give you guys freaking instructions and I'm getting obliterated by this guy. So those two-handed bandits, especially tough for me. Ooh, that spark is good. That's some damage right there. I'm not sneaking around. I'm playing a battle mage. Screw you. Dude, touch of shock. Just get some blocks and then hit them in recovery. That's the plan. Alright, so I go to bed. Oh, I'm tired as sh- I'm so tired though. Can't you just wake me up when they get here?
Yes, it was nothing.
It wasn't nothing, okay? It's never nothing, okay? It's just like a ground rule. If you ever find yourself as an NPC in a video game and you hear a noise, it's never nothing. I am just having a hell of a time.
Going back home.
I cannot understate it. Overstate it? Can't overstate it. I could understate it. Why am I doing this right now?
What's the matter? Is the baby gonna cry?
Oh, now you're talking crap. Whoa, did you see that block? She's coming up. Scheiße.
This is the part where you fall down and bleed to death.
Got you. Get some new iron gear here. Big sword here, two-handed, Zweihänder. Hey, you know what? I'm gonna go out on a limb. I'm gonna say Oblivion was a pretty good game. Might be a hot take, I don't know. Don't really care. And I'm actually dedicated to not sneaking because as much as I will take a seat though. Never a bad time for, maybe this was a bad time for a seat. So I'm feeling kind of dedicated to not sneaking because one of the as good as it always is, the problem that I always have with the sneak playstyles is that you're always moving slow as hell through. That's good. That was my little back flourish. See? Oh man, it's good. Now I'm getting the hang of it. Now's a good time for a seat. I did it. So it's such a good time. I did it twice. Check out that. That looks good, dude. Man, I did not think April 22, 2025, I would be having the time of my life playing Oblivion. I am stoked. I gotta rest though, right? Something about leveling up something about having a rest to level up. That's a shame. I kind of would like when this is up, I would kind of like to see my shield in the corner too. Just like a little bit. Doesn't need to be this high up, obviously, but you know what I mean? It would be nice if it was. All right, let's see if I can bedroll now that in case the enemy's far. Yeah. Increase to level 2. Oh no, now what do I do? Choose 3 attributes to increase. Oh damn, you get a lot. So do strength and then maybe speed. All right, sweet. Oh my god, hello? Bandit ringleader? You're the guy, huh?
Oh, what's the matter? Is the baby gonna cry?
That was a serious fight. He doesn't have anything special on him. Really? It's the ringleader of this whole bandit brigade. Maybe he was protecting some super secret chests. Oh man, this stuff's worth a ton. Yeah, £1 for 1 to 50. That is good. This is what I love about these games. It's like a lot happens. There's a lot of drama in a small amount of like a small space, you know what I mean? Like, I feel like so much has gone on since I've walked in this little dungeon and like, there's like 5 rooms or something. Like, this is great, dude. All right, here we go. Keep going. Okay, here we go. Through the mystical door. It's like a freaking maze in here. Oh, shoot. What'd I do? What'd I do? Hello? I accidentally opened a trap door. I mean, I guess they didn't really hide it very well. Just a little blood, nothing to worry about. Just a guy hunched over and jammed into a well. Nothing to see, no big deal. Okay, I hear combat music. Where from? Got another secret door here. Zombies? Okay, you're not very susceptible to fire. What about cold? What about electric? None of this stuff really hurts you. Okay, this is not going well. This is not going so well for me. I guess the fire one wasn't bad after all. Oh, jeez. What else is in here? Oh, it keeps going down. Let's see what's going on down here. Oh my god, it's a skeleton archer. You know what? It's probably my problem is I should have some blunt objects available as well, because I'm guessing those would do better against those guys. How far do these catacombs go, by the way? These ruins are crazy. The next mace or something that I find, though, I will grab that. I do also specialize in maces, as it so happens. As you know, I'm a crusader. Specialize in maces, among other things. What was that sound? Did anybody hear that? They keep going. There's another door. I still have 5 doors behind me. You have got to be kidding. Whoa! Where did you come from? All right, we keep going. That looks like a trap. Right? I'm not falling for that, you idiots. You're not.
%. There's a devotion. Spy Goofy. I'm good. Thanks for the follow. Spy Goofy. Oh shit. They actually.
Masangsoft just.
Which chapter am I in? What are you talking about? Are you talking about the game? Oh, this game. Hold up. I'm not really sure. Double check. I don't think. Honestly, I have no idea. But one thing I can tell you, War of Imperium is postponed. And the Transcendence classes are coming this year. So I don't know, dude. Maybe episode 13, episode 12, something like that. I'm not sure. You only play this kind of game or something? No, I play different kind of games, but I'm right now chilling with this game. Like, I have different games on my Steam. Do you play this game? Oh. There's no chapter. There's no chapter in this game. Okay, I thought you know this game. You were asking about chapter. Oh, you play FPS? Shooting game in FPS. Far Cry? Yeah, I know Far Cry, but I never played Far Cry. I know Far Cry, but never touched it. Far Cry? Yeah, I know it. I saw it. I thought it was just any other, you know, game. That's why I never played it. Plus, it's from Ubisoft. Ubisoft. How long have you been streaming in general? I've been streaming for a long time. It's just on and off. I just never actually like fully committed on streaming until now. Like how many years? I have no idea. I mean, I started streaming around 2015, 2014. But then it's like I said, it's on and off. I don't stream like every day. I don't stream every day. I just stream whenever I feel like it. But now I stream every day. Yeah, I've been on, dude. I've been on Twitch since like you know, their foundation. Because I don't feel like I need it, but I'm already working with someone, so yeah. Yep. I do custom art for gamers and streamers in very affordable prices. Would you like to see my portfolio? Sure, man. Sure. Just give me your Discord and I'll take a look at it. I might try a different game right now. No, just give me your Discord and I'll add you, dude. Type it in the chat, man. Can you post? I'm not gonna click that. Can you post it on Discord? I'm not gonna click that website.
just absolutely cooked with this one, boys. We finally got a first look at the graphics remaster for Guns, and it actually looks really good. I gathered all 7 new screenshots that the devs have released, as well as took comparison screenshots using the old graphics. Keep it here, and we're gonna break down every single new piece of info that we can derive from the 7 new screenshots. Let's get to it. First of all, let me just slowly roll these 7 new screenshots on screen for you and give my overall impressions about how this actually looks. Frankly, I'm impressed. I've said it many times at this point, but I wasn't excited for a graphics remaster really. All of us old heads use the clean map so we can actually see character models stick out from the background anyways. While I think this will still likely be true for old players, this made me realize that if they do this right, they will be able to attract more casual players, which can one day grow into experienced players and help keep our game alive. So I'm all for this. I genuinely didn't know what would actually be possible within the Guns engine, but clearly the developers have either been doing their homework on the engine or they've hired some contractors who know what they're doing. No matter which way you cut it, this is definitely way more effort than I thought they were going to put into this remaster when it was first announced last year. Okay, let's break down each individual screenshot and then compare it to the current game. I was able to grab damn near identical screenshots with the help of a friend, which will help us make some great comparisons. The private server I play, by the way, is FXP Guns. Someone always asks this, so yeah, the link is in the description. All of these screenshots they've released are just a remastered version of Mansion that they kind of stealth drop with no announcement on the Steam page. Screenshot 1 starts in the dining room. First of all, if this is the same private investigator set that used to be in Guns that you can see I'm wearing in this old screenshot, they've definitely changed/touched that up. That leaves me to wonder, is everything being changed? I kind of hope so, because I think it would be lame to only do a few maps or a few of the old sets. The opponent in the graphics remastered screenshot here is also wearing a new armor set.
This one's not bad, yeah. Not bad, not bad. Animated overlays. Yeah, not bad, dude.
that I've never seen before. And I think this is a reoccurring theme throughout this. There's a lot of new armor sets that I've never seen before, and I do think that they're 100% new to the game. Ultimately, I don't see how you could look at these updated graphics and think they're worse than the original, although I've seen some users in the Guns Discord saying that the new graphics are worse. I'd have to disagree. I do like that they've kept some iconic parts of the map that we'll see going forward as well, but one example from this first screenshot is the picture above the fireplace is still the same exact asset. I do not, however, like that the door is completely changed. I feel like those metal mansion doors were pretty iconic in their own right with the lion on it and everything. I kind of just wish they'd have made the textures on the existing door look a little nicer rather than completely change it, but yeah. We also covered this new UI and how I feel about it in a previous video, but I will say I definitely prefer the old UI with the iconic Z logo in the username in the top left-hand corner compared to this 2025 minimalism thing they've gone for. I hope you can toggle it back to the old one in the settings. Nothing hugely notable here, but you can see the bookshelves in the library and mansion have been changed to new textures. They've redone the base door again, and we once again have a new armor set that the screenshot taker is wearing, and it looks great. Literally nothing much else to see here, so third screenshot. The cellar has been changed from stone to wood, but overall I think this will make the character models stand out a bit against the background, which, like I've said before, is definitely a problem this game faces. I hope the character models popping against the background is something they're actually thinking about when they're doing this graphics remaster. Shout out to the spider web on the ceiling, by the way. Once again, we have two new armor sets that I 100% do not recognize, and I think they look really sick. While we're talking about characters popping against the background, maybe they could add this quality of life thing that private servers have where you can make the character models like glow or have an outline like this example that I'm showing you here. I have heard from a lot of private server developers, however, that this makes creating cheats like aimbots a lot easier, so it is usually disabled in competitive modes. It would be great if Misangsoft could figure out how to make outlines actually work and then not be a detriment to the game overall with cheaters. Moving on to the next screenshot, same place in the map really, but for some reason they were showing off a flip. Maybe the devs thought the flip looked cool. I sure did 20 years ago. I have no idea. I saw some guys speculating that the flip animation has been changed since the sword is kind of out to the left of the flipper in the remastered screenshot. However, I did do some testing and I don't think that's true. You can see in my screenshot that my sword also came out to the left a little, and although I didn't capture it frame perfect, I don't think they changed any animations. Next screenshot, we can see some of the center of the map now with all new lighting and textures, of course. The golden glow the room has kind of reminds me of the Guns 2 version of Mansion, however it still feels like Guns 1, which is exactly what they should be going for. The old lamps have been changed out with these giant chandeliers. The mansion has more of just a golden royal feel instead of that gray dreary feel that it had before. This is another example where you can see a character model against the map background, and while I do think the visibility is definitely improved, the screenshot is what made me think that I'll still be using the clean maps at the end of the day. While the visibility is improved, it's still really freaking hard to see them standing out across the map over there like that, and I just think that it's too much of a disadvantage not to use the clean maps. New armor set, again by the way, and it's looking sick. By the way, if any of these armor sets do actually exist on the Korean guns that Misangsoft currently hosts or anything, please let me know, but I've never seen these myself, and that version of the game is very dead, so I didn't think they were really updating it. Moving on, screenshot number 6. Here we can see the iconic mansion statue and stairs, and they've both been retextured. The statue is the literal only thing in the map that I think somehow got worse. I think the red-eyed statue is just way cooler in my opinion. I also noticed in the screenshot that the old version of the map seems to have some better lighting effects on the floor. Like the light source that shines through the window is still the same in the air, but for whatever reason the new map doesn't have any of the actual light hitting the floor. It's a minor thing, but they could probably make that a little bit better. This screenshot also has a new armor set, but it seems the character's hat is actually just a new hairstyle, which is something the old devs started doing way towards the end of the game in like 2012 or whatever. But I hope they just keep making cool sets, cool hairstyles, whatever else is going to attract the new era of Gooners to this game. Yeah, I meant it. Gooners. I know it sells. Anyway, Gunzers, final screenshot. Nothing too new to learn here besides the new armor set's pants can be seen in the screenshot and you get a better look at the new statue in the middle of Mansion. One last thing I did notice in the screenshot is if you look way back there, you can see the Mona Lisa is still in Mansion. I think the entire community would riot if we no longer kept the Mona Lisa in the game. That was one of the first things I noticed about this game 20 years ago, and while we could use less repeat picture frames all over the walls, we gotta keep a few Mona Lisas, so thanks for that, devs. Real iconic. Alright, that's pretty much everything that we can derive from these screenshots. What do you guys think about the graphics remaster? Ultimately, I'll still end up using the white maps for the competitive advantage, but I think this is a great step in the right direction for not only attracting new players, but attracting back those old players who just mostly deathmatched in quests back in the day. When or if they drop a trailer showing off all these new textures, that is going to be so hype. They should do that. It's not worth making an entire video on, by the way, but if you're a content creator or want to be one, they just opened up the new content creator program on the Guns Discord, which you can sign up for right now. If you are interested in doing that, the link is in the Discord, which is on the Guns website, which is in the description of this video. You guys think they'll let me be a Guns content creator? I hope they pick me, dude. That'd be sick. Anyways, that's it for me, guys. Thanks so much, as always, to the Tier 2 channel members. You can join the channel down below for just $1 or $2, and I'll be sure to keep you guys updated as soon as we get more news on Guns. I'm also working on a giant documentary that should be out in the next few months, and I think it will actually be the biggest piece of media that has ever been created for Guns, so keep your eyes peeled for that. It should be sick. All right, guys. Peace out. See ya.
Deadlock. 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 Lena Slayer. What do you get this? Honorable Knight. Cloak. Where do you get this shit? Use II to preview the item. Donation item account bound. Minimum exclusivity guaranteed till 14th June 2025. What? We're chilling. Linity. This is the channel C, Brazil, Spanish, and Indo. No. How many? Is it 7 online? Wait, hold up. I'm gonna buy this. Let's get that. Save limit. Okay. That's easy. Destroyed. Chill. Hold up, hold up. Frozen Rose. Winter hat. Huh. $900? 1K? Jesus. Where do I get this? Costumes. Hmm. Dauntless. I'm gonna watch that one. $30K, Mija. It's kind of shit. The channels. Miller, the channels recruits. Oh, there it is. Go XP. Finish. All right. Damn, Counter Strikes. Top. $50 for that? Shit. Oh. Fuck that. Holy damage. What?
Japan has been on top of the world of online RPGs, or MORPGs, the smaller but older brother to the MMORPG genre, for nearly 2 decades. making their mark first with Phantasy Star Online back in 2000, followed by more franchises such as the Monster Hunter series in 2004, and the less online-centric versions that were inspired by these games, such as Dark Souls in 2011 and Dragon's Dogma the following year. All three series are still in circulation, with Monster Hunter to receive another title dubbed Wilds planned for February 25th, 2025. Showing the staying power of the formula, with even Phantasy Star still around and kicking after having a 10-plus year run in Japan post-2012. And it shows how impressive Japan was on the international stage even. The West has tried a number of titles meant to emulate some of the success, though never quite striking the correct balance or finding the right formula to do so. Dauntless was a major attempt at this, likely the largest attempt we have seen, besides Guild Wars 1 back in the early 2000s. Dauntless was developed by Phoenix Labs, which was led by ex-Riot Games executives and featured some veteran developers from titles such as Mass Effect and Dragon Age. Dauntless would launch cross-platform with cross-progression with a staggered launch on all platforms, with its 1.0 launch being back in September of 2019. And the most recent Awakening launch on Steam being just this month as of the video, December 5th, 2024. While Dauntless was able to have some success, especially during the lull period of the next Monster Hunter game, the aforementioned recent launch has bombed, putting the title at one of the worst rated major titles at a 15% on Steam. While Dauntless was able to have some success, especially during the lull period, what was supposed to be designed as a Western alternative to Monster Hunter has now become a mere footnote in the titles who dare to challenge the behemoth's story. Why? Why did Dauntless, which has had so much on paper about it going in the right direction, fail so epically when they attempted to launch on Steam? On this episode of Death of a Game, we will diagnose the largest contributing factors to the reasons for Dauntless failing to slay the behemoth in its genre, or at the very least, wound it. Pay attention as the timeline of events unfold, as clues will pop up on screen and allow you to use your detective intuition to solve the case. After the timeline terminates and enough clues have been gathered, we will reach the final deduction, every detective's favorite moment of ultimate wit, where we crack the case for good. And then at the very end, a clue for the next episode. And so, why has the West consistently failed to emulate Japanese online RPGs or more RPGs? The story begins with the founding of Phoenix Labs back in 2014. The company, as reported by many different outlets, was founded by ex-League of Legends developers, though rarely is it actually mentioned that these were former executives and not the developers that people would necessarily remember or associate with having the direct impact on the game itself. This is relevant because executives, especially in the video game industry, rarely have hands-on video game development experience, and a producer or executive's job is different in corporate structure. Too long didn't read, or in this case listen, but Phoenix Labs was founded by some business guys from Riot Games. But in their defense, they did what you should do with money and a business idea. They hired people with expertise in the field, aka experienced video game developers, about 40 of them from major companies of around 110-person team. Well, sort of. Phoenix Labs was intending on creating an online RPG, and were making an age-old mistake in the modern age that still plagues us heavily today. They chose veteran developers without online RPG experience. The caveat was that the executives from Riot were claiming to have thousands of hours in the Monster Hunter series, which could, theoretically, circumvent this issue. Experienced gamers with chops for design or interest in such is kind of half or more of what has made the virtual world industry so impactful and special. Even some of the most famous developers, such as Jeff Kaplan, Yuji Naka, Brad McQuaid, Yoshi P, and even the Gower brothers were all Turbo Gamers' first pre-developer arc. But theoretically, the ducks were in a row, as we say in country culture. Dauntless, as the title would become known as, would be revealed by Phoenix Labs 2 years after their founding, December 1st, 2016. Dauntless was described as an online action RPG inspired by games like Dark Souls, Monster Hunter, and World of Warcraft, where players could either work together with friends or tackle the game solo. Note that this initial description seemed less MMO-like than the one that would come later. Jesse Houston, the company's CEO, would state that Dark Souls and WoW served as inspirations in the sense that Dark Souls showed them difficulty could be achieved in a product and succeed, and WoW for its social elements. Dauntless was trying to position itself as a free alternative to Monster Hunter while offering some cool Western aspects that some of the games could lack in the East. But the following summer at E3 of 2017, Monster Hunter World was already introduced, and apparently was in development secretly for 3 years. Now, there isn't enough evidence to state that the Dauntless team had enough information or was aware of this ahead of time, even if they had like a crazy market researcher, like me. I think it's very plausible this launch caught the team slightly off guard. When Monster Hunter 4 Ultimate, the Monster Hunter 4 made for the West, came out in 2015. Sure, you know they're going to keep making Monster Hunter games, especially because things are going so well for them, but remember, partly the success of the Switch and the failure of the Vita led to the Monster Hunter series going to Switch and then going to PC. These are factors that Dauntless could have been aware of, but not exactly prevent, especially given the fact that Monster Hunter World was effectively what Dauntless was selling itself as. It was always online, had a serious focus on social mechanics compared to the previous MH games, and even allowed for up to 16 players to play it. This meant that now Dauntless was going to have to be that much more unique, and they were going to get graded on if they properly did their homework or not. Because just being the free-to-play alternative to a successful franchise isn't that good if nobody is playing your game and that particular opposite game is selling millions of copies with a box price. Dauntless would attempt crowdfunding of a sort with expensive $80 founder alphas released August 19th, 2017. Now, to be clear, I don't want to say that I'm defending this practice, but I'm only going to partially defend the part that this allows you to actually get some proper feedback because it controls who's actually buying the game, and those that buy the game are those that are actually going to give you feedback, and so on and so forth. But other than that, you are selling a free-to-play game for a crazy high price, which does nothing to build faith in your product. The issue I have with it is it's important to know how a company you are supporting garners funds, and Dauntless seemed to exhaust all resources to do that, which spoke to what kind of company they were to an extent, because knowing where the money comes from is important when making purchasing decisions. Closed beta would hit September 1st, 2017, inviting only a select few to slay the behemoths, or the bosses and monsters within. This beta would cost, at the very least, a $40 price tag to join in and test the game. Dauntless would have their first update, a regular winter event of sorts, Frostfall, December 18th, 2017. This update would add 2 new quests, 2 new behemoths, new rewards, and expanded character creator options. But I should make it a point to mention already that the art style in Dauntless was, yeah, I don't know how to be nice about it. It's like a mixture of SWTOR and Fortnite. It's like Fortnite the Old Republic, or just something ugly. To be frank, I despise it, and most people weren't the nicest about the graphics in SWTOR either in the first place. The worst part is, opinions of the art aside, it feels utterly pointless to me, and a gross misunderstanding of the game that you're trying to mimic. Think about it for a second. SWTOR and WoW have stylized low-poly graphics because they're trying to appeal to more massive audiences on the PC, due to, at the time especially, how expensive PCs were. Both of these games over time shrunk their worlds, though SWTOR was the much faster of the two in that process. But simply put, having more simple graphics makes sense when you're trying to build a more simple game or have a more simple graphic style, which usually makes sense when you're building a MMO. But in this case, WoW is from 2004, so why did Dauntless look on par, or if not worse, than a game from 14 years previously? And why did it look like Fortnite? For appeal. For appeal, we should have a Fortnite art style. And that's what a business head would say that was clueless about video games. Let me elaborate. Monster Hunter World and Dark Souls. These are Japanese action RPGs, and Monster Hunter, a largely online one, much like its inspiration before it, Phantasy Star Online, also from Japan. Japan has a unique style of online RPG that kind of already includes action in it as a prerequisite, meaning they don't call their online titles action online RPGs, they just call them online RPGs or MORPGs. Japan is not interested in making massive titles, no, but they still can craft meticulous worlds that house their players or inhabitants in it. They are largely a cooperative-focused market. Because they're not worried about being massive, they're able to constantly innovate in terms of gameplay and graphics. Hint, 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 graphics. I mean, shit, look at the Monster Hunter games even on the 3DS. They look gorgeous, especially the trailers. Now compare this to Dauntless. Was Dauntless pushing the envelope graphically, or even artistically? Well, no, not even close. And what about gameplay-wise? That remained to be seen, but now there was a heavier weight being placed on that feature performing well, or better, when the game looks so forgettable and worse than a 3DS game. My issue with this especially is that it calls into question those thousands of hours reportedly spent studying or playing Monster Hunter as a series. Like, how did you guys not notice that nearly all Japanese ORPGs are mostly focused on presentation and gameplay? This is part of what makes the game so engaging. especially as the scale of the Monster Hunter series just grows more and more. People are waiting to see what boundaries are going to be pushed by them, especially with their increasing interest in online. Monster Hunter World would launch January 26, 2018 and would change the world, and that's not a pun nor an understatement. It sold a massive 20 million units pre-expansion with another 7 million in addition post-Iceborne expansion. Monster Hunter World was everything that PSO achieved with PSO 2 and then more for the franchise, really pushing the envelope forward for all ORPGs in Japan and even other virtual worlds globally. Dauntless would enter open beta May 24th, 2018, allowing the game to be actually played for free for the first time, and I feel like this is a mistake. I mean shit, even Guild Wars 2 had free weekend tests during its hype cycle for players who didn't even pre-order the game. Sure, they were limited, but I think that it speaks to the difference of building a community versus a customer base. But to be fair, Phoenix Labs technically didn't have a publisher. They actually had investment or venture capital funding, like in October of 2018, where Phoenix Lab would secure Series C funding that's often reserved to already successful companies, I might add, from a venture capital fund. They would also receive a number of more fundings throughout the process. But let's talk about Series C. Series C funds are on a lot more of a shorter ticking time bomb and would contribute, I think, later to the issues for the company. For me, more importantly, it shows that Phoenix Labs was interested in selling their product as fast as possible versus developing it. I'll elaborate. Yes, they need money, and more of it, to develop their game and go big, but if they were already achieving things like Series C funding, then the company was already successful. This is a classic example of a company wanting to skip the natural growth process in favor of going bigger and having a faster payout. But there was still a chance to sell what was purchased by the VC company to get control back, at the very least, right? As you can see on the Crunchbase website though, Phoenix Labs had a history of raising venture capital funding. And with that, Dauntless was going to have high expectations placed on it, VC level expectations, even higher than the one that the pedigree of the team brought with it. But money is needed to fund a game and project, and while it's easier to spend someone else's money, venture capitalists always get their pound of flesh, one way or another. Dauntless would be announced to be cross-platform, which would actually make it unique compared to Monster Hunter World, which was much needed. Cross-platform and cross-progression, with a PS4, Xbox, Switch, and even mobile launch point. Still described as an online ARPG, and after Dauntless had been playable for around a year at this point, with fairly little to no content available in it, I might add, it would finally enter early access launch on consoles May 21st, 2019. And this goes back to my monetization problem. You guys have venture capital funding and you're still doing paid early access? You're paying major developers to work on your game, why not just spend some more months working on creating a finished product? Well, besides just money being the easiest and truest answer of all, it could be also due to them feeling the pressure of Monster Hunter World, and the pressure that it would continue to place on them. Because while Dauntless had reached an impressive 3 million players at early access launch and then 6 million a week after, Monster Hunter World was selling more than triple that with a full box price attached to it. This meant that Monster Hunter didn't need to make post-game revenue as typical with most Japanese games. That was just a cherry on top. While Dauntless, on the other hand, needed a large enough population and time to make enough money to be even remotely competitive. But being the little brother can pay well, but only if the bigger brother doesn't just crush you, or if you don't have venture capital funding riding on your little brother success. In a bizarre turn of events, Phoenix Labs, speaking from their marketing lead to be fair, would state that Monster Hunter World was actually helping their player base, but then the argument is kind of a technical one. They say that it hurt the live population, literally, but that it increased the market cap size, which would actually in time bring more players. But here's the thing, these aren't the same audiences. Oh, shocker. No way. But you've stripped much away of what makes Monster Hunter special and what makes Monster Hunter in the first place, and you don't really offer anything different or unique enough besides being free to play and having cross progression and crossplay. It frankly feels delusional to say this, and the delusion makes me think that they weren't taking their ass whipping seriously, which is important when you're trying to grow. I mean, you couldn't even really monster hunt in Dauntless. All of the mechanics around the monster hunting weren't even in the game. I mean, even Witcher has stuff like that. But anyway, it just feels frankly delusional to say this, and I think that delusion makes me think that they weren't taking their ass whipping seriously, which is important in growth. GameSpot would review the game during this period, as they should, as early access launches shouldn't be treated with kids gloves. Not when you're already monetized and have a venture capital funding backing you. and they would rate the game a 7 out of 10. In their review of Dauntless, they would state that the cross-platform mechanics were nice and seamless and had a good variety of weapons, and they liked how accessible the game was. But they disliked the hub world and NPCs not being fleshed out, a lack of a concrete narrative cycle, and the bugs that the game was still suffering from. IGN gave Dauntless, frankly speaking, a pretty glowing review. IGN found the game insanely fun and accessible as well, but they actually would laud the fact that Dauntless had removed many of the complexities that the MH franchise was known for, though they found the game lacking outside of its combat. Duh. Let's talk about these reviews a little bit. 7 out of 10 is pretty good for Dauntless, I would say, especially when GameSpot stated that the game lacked engaging monsters and engaging monster hunting, and the graphical style was overall lacking. These are huge negatives for anyone trying to play a Monster Hunter game, let alone an ORPG, and yet they still rated the game a 7 out of 10. IGN, on the other hand, gave Dauntless an 8.5 out of 10. But what was the most bewildering was that they were actually calling the art style striking. What? Based on what? The maps are lifeless, the monsters literally look the same even when different variants, save for just a few color differences. Here's a literal example. Take a Basaria from Monster Hunter 4 Ultimate, or multiple other games. It has 3 variants, but the variants are not just visually different, they actually have different properties to them, including how they act. Now check out the variants in Dauntless. For example, the normal Gnasher versus the Ragetail Gnasher. They are literally just color palettes different. It's like somebody put it in Photoshop and just hit a button. That's it. I could do that, and it wouldn't really be worthy of a full wage or career, and it certainly wouldn't convince the player base of anything. But it's not just the fact that the variants look the same, it's because the monsters in Dauntless barely feel like monsters, or behemoths as they're called. You don't actually hunt them, for starters, like in Monster Hunter or even in the Witcher series. Throw in the fact that the art styles and monsters themselves aren't very scary or engaged in the world or engaging, and they feel just less impactful. But wait, there's more. The hitboxes in Monster Hunter are dynamic, and each boss has as many as like 7 hitboxes. Contrast this to Dauntless, which has always had issues with its hit registration, even in the modern times, and Dauntless just feels less polished, and not just like a free-to-play version of Monster Hunter, but like the Fortnite Kids Club version that nobody really asked for, especially not those who played the inspiration titles in the first place, which all featured heavy world themes, impressive graphics, and a massive focus on groundbreaking gameplay. Dauntless felt less inspired by these titles and more like a Kids Bop version of them. Another major update would be released for Dauntless July 9th, 2019, dubbed the Fortune and Glory update. This would introduce new pirate themes and Trials, which were the challenging variant of Behemoth hunts. Trials would feature the same behemoths, but more evolved and more challenging. This is pretty standard fare for the industry, but I'm not really a fan. I feel like developers use this as an excuse to not have to teach their player base before the endgame, and even then, until they reach more challenging content. Difficulty or lack of it is going to be an issue, and it was an issue in Dauntless, so the Trials were kind of like the best response to that given the time and an industry standard. Dauntless would finally have its 1.0 full launch 2 years after it was playable, September 26, 2019, on PC, PS4, and Xbox One. The 1.0 patch would put Dauntless into its best position yet, but the issue that I and many others have with it is that now that the game is actually considered finished, it feels a little too late, right? I mean, Monster Hunter World was already kicking, and has been kicking for some. But the benefit of free-to-play means a bigger audience, or at least initially, as retaining them is kind of something else altogether. But Dauntless would reach an impressive 15 million players total. The thing is how many of these players were still playing the game, and how long were any of them even playing for? The Switch launch was slightly delayed from the rest of the launches, though it would come alongside a major update for Dauntless, dubbed Escalation. Escalations are introduced, which are a new type of hunt that you could defeat 4 bosses sequentially, offering more of a challenge. Effectively, though, another repurposing of the same content. The issue being, in this case, every time a new hunt isn't introduced that actually involves the game, or brings it closer to modern times, the game feels more and more outdated. I mean, escalations are just, again, repurposing of the same stats with added randomness, and the community reacted in kindly, which was not very favorably. Still, Dauntless had managed to launch on all platforms except mobile, as promised. Now think about that. That mobile launch might seem like it doesn't matter, and it shouldn't even be mentioned. But if they built the game with that in mind in the first place, like Albion Online, it's very likely that the low-level graphics could reflect that decision, which means that not doing it now made a lot of that decision kind of pointless. But that's just my 2 cents. Phoenix Labs, in an attempt to shed their venture capital funding, or more like outrun it, would sell to popular SEE gaming publisher Garena, January 29th, 2020. According to CEO Jesse Houston, who would be staying with the company, this would allow them to be bankrolled by Garena while still working on their goal of making Dauntless into the best free-to-play MMO in the history of video games. This sounds comic book level corny for starters, and second, suddenly the game becomes an MMO when it's going international? Why? Nothing about the game's infrastructure or scale had changed, and Monster Hunter World or Japanese ORPGs don't call themselves MMORPGs either. While being confident in your product and future is totally normal, this seemed a bit delusional given the state of things. The Call of the Void update would introduce the Void variant of the Behemoths, and for the first time introduce a expanding live narrative that would be attempted. This felt like a little bit too late for me though. I mean, the game had already been playable for 3 years and in the oven for longer than that. Where was the original world? Why wasn't it there originally? And why was it just now being included and being expanded more? That's where the lack of world in Dauntless just rears its ugly head again and again. It's not just the reskinned monsters or kid-like visuals that ruin the threat and feel of the world, it's also the fact that the world itself, literally, like things like the hub city, is fairly lifeless. This is bizarre to me because it manages to feel more lifeless in PSO or even PSU and subsequent titles from the early 2000s. That's why I call into question again the market research that was done on the product. Why not utilize the strengths of the Western market, aka making the world feel more livable? It's like the only thing Western about Dauntless is the fact that it has Fortnite visuals and a drive towards profit. Dauntless would unveil a massive free expansion that IGN, a constant glazer of Dauntless I should add, would regard as a near sequel. Reforged at the very least was a revamp of the Slayer progression system, making it more like a traditional skill system. And before, the zones that you would fight in just felt like as lifeless as the hub city did. With this update, they would actually have some sort of life to them. The last and final major change of the update was that Dauntless was moving from a singular mission-based hunt system to a multiple mission-based queue system, which was more MMO-like. Real quick though, the reason I'm not surprised that some outlets were glazing Dauntless is these outlets are notorious for hating MMOs and not even understanding them. They even dislike some online RPGs because of their difficulty and styles. So Dauntless removes the parts that people complain about, but is it actually for the better? The Ostergaard Justice update would happen August 27th, 2021, and introduce a new island dubbed the Blazeworks, which would feature more powerful behemoths. There's a problem though. As the game slowly expands, and I mean slowly given how fast its competitors were expanding, is that the general gameplay loop and concept of the game, of this add a new zone with a few threats in it and little interactivity with throughout, at least in the case of Dauntless, just wasn't very good. Multiple reviewers even talk about this. They even remark that, hey, the gameplay loop is similar to something like Monster Hunter, but it's just not very good. Later the same year, Dauntless would launch on the next generation of consoles, the PS5 and the Xbox Series X console. Phoenix Labs would go independent February 3rd, 2023, freeing themselves from Garena. The founders themselves would buy themselves out of the Garena deal, and now operate independently. And while this could be framed in a good way and kind of like the rebellious way and like, yeah, and sticking it to the man or whatever, it could also be framed as these companies don't believe in PL or their product anymore. Fae Farm is also mentioned at this time, which was just announced and showcased the previous year. This was a new title for Phoenix Labs, a farming simulator-like game. Fae Farm would launch later in the year and fare pretty well as a cooperative farming simulator. The graphics also seemed to match the message and theme of the game, which was something that Dauntless was lacking in heavily. I mean, you can even see it in the Dauntless trailers. It looks like the whole meme of everyone wearing random colored clothing that they just got from their drawer, or they just woke up in a rush, but worse, because some of these colors are like neon bright. It's like if you got into the swimming trunks drawer. The art direction and presentation in Dauntless is just bad. But Fae Farm, a newer, more childlike game, put that on display even further. Fae Farm also showed that Dauntless wasn't the only focus for Phoenix Labs anymore. In the summer of May of 2023, Phoenix Labs would reportedly suffer a layoff amounting to 9% of their staff. More importantly, especially for the future of Dauntless, would be the news that quietly behind the scenes, Phoenix Labs would be acquired yet again, this time by a blockchain company dubbed Forte. This is like a venture capital company on evil monkey steroids. If Dauntless would sell its VC chains due to the upcoming culling, imagine the expectations placed on them from a
You gotta be
blockchain
kidding
company
me.
and how
I'm
much
letting
money would be
do
expected
that.
to be made. December 2023 would come, and the company would suffer yet more layoffs. Phoenix Labs was hurting, and Monster Hunter World beating up their spin-off title and, well, having bad expectations was likely the largest contributors. This was leading to a loss of their best talent. In fact, by the beginning of 2024, Dauntless had lost the majority of its original development team, and if you don't believe me, just go check out LinkedIn and reference the names from the credits. Some of the main developers would join another Vancouver-based team dubbed Critical Path Games, and others would join other studios such as Torn Banner, Nintendo, and more. It's hard to keep talent on your team because they often care more than just about money. They often care about making an impact, having a vision, and being respected. And Dauntless was seemingly moving towards anything but that. Phoenix Labs would suffer yet more layoffs, this time a massive 150-person layoff amidst a restructuring. This sounds like to me that Forte did some math and figured they weren't going to make a return on their investment with the size of the team that they had. Now, this makes them seem like a cartoon villain, but to be fair, Phoenix Labs already likely wasn't moving very well business-wise, hence the need for such a drastic culling and the need for the purchasing in the first place. While this might seem like a move to maintenance mode already, I actually have seen it historically be a bit of a 1-2 punch maneuver, where a major layoff might happen, followed by a major update meant to kind of save the game. That's very much what Dauntless Awakening, a major update signifying a major Steam launch, was supposed to be. But just about everything went wrong. At first glance, the update seems great. Expanded weapons, some new changes for a seemingly stagnant game, but upon launching on Steam, Dauntless Awakening would be rated one of the worst rated titles in the series at 15%. The update would limit your weapon options down to a mere 2 to 3 types per the 7 types in the game originally. This would cut the weapons down from like 70 to just like 20 now. And sure, the weapons were more unique, but now they're placed behind the battle pass, even more so limiting your options on top of rug pulling you as a previous player. This is like Overwatch 2 level stuff. The old progression system was gutted in favor of the new Reforge and Prestige system. And worse, many people's progression, already completed, was removed. And if you're waiting for the part that I tell you that the update was good and I'm just misrepresenting it, it's not coming. You can go read the update yourself. It really felt like a last-ditch effort, not to save the game, but to make as much money as possible with the least amount of outrage generated. Worse, it seems like an update not really even made for the current fan base, or the previous one, but made in an attempt to convince new players to join the game with common systems that those players would be familiar with. Phoenix Labs would respond to the massive flop and criticism with, well, nothing really. At first especially, they would follow that response up with a partial response, but the reason I'm being so critical of this response is that they were just giving you points and currency after the fact, by the way, to try and make you happy for the fact that they gutted and removed so much from the game. Worse, the response showed no actual desire to shift course, and no respect past oops for their audience, which made the future of Dauntless seem all too set in stone.
So much.
And if this seems like I'm being a bit too futuristic in my declarations, look at the Steam charts. Starting at 3,200 players peak, and then within 1 week, just 344 players left. This is for a free-to-play game. Then you take a look at Dauntless during the holidays, during Christmas time even, a high for many multiplayer games, and the peak player base has dropped below 200 players. The Awakening, this update, was supposed to be the resurrector for the game, or at the very least an update that could bring new players into the game to inject some new life into it so they could make money. But instead, a blockchain company secretly purchasing Phoenix Labs had tried to pull a fast one, and the player base here was all the wiser and said, no thanks. God, do I love market competition and capitalism. The music is playing detectives, and boy is it catchy, am I right? That means this case, has come to an end. Dauntless meant to signify fearlessness and determination, and Dauntless has certainly been determined. But to what end? I'm featuring it in the Death of Game series because it already was a floundering title as soon as Monster Hunter World was announced, and then launched. And this recent Steam launch has not only killed the population, it's killed the perception and community surrounding the game. You can already see it in the reviews on Steam, with many people calling out Forte in particular, not willing to trust the game or company any further because of the acquisition. And so, why did Dauntless fail so harshly? It's become one of the worst rated titles in the series. It was like Monster Hunter Kids Bop, a game in the market that was poorly researched. Fan base treated like a customer base. Lackluster visual style and presentation. Poor business decisions. It fails to innovate or differentiate enough from its inspiration. Oh, and that last point, let me elaborate before departing, detectives. We talk about the death of comparison a lot in this series. Fitting, eh? But in the case of Dauntless, it's even more jarring, because it showcases something that I've mentioned earlier in the video, sure, but another thing that Phoenix Labs has added themselves to the list of, and that's Western titles misunderstanding Japanese titles. The Western market has just seemed to misunderstand what makes certain Japanese titles so successful. You see it with Monster Hunter likes, Final Fantasy likes, and much more. And you saw it in this case with Dauntless and the Monster Hunter franchise in particular. The reason this is so interesting to me is that the most famous online Japanese titles are actually based on Western titles. PSO was based on Diablo, and Final Fantasy XIV ARR is based on WoW. That's because the Japanese market is not historically famous for being an online one, especially internationally, though that has been shifting more in the latter years. Without having to put much more words into use to explain it, just watch these trailers and gameplay clips. Doesn't Monster Hunter World look insane? Just kidding, that's Monster Hunter 4 Ultimate on the Nintendo 3DS handheld, and it looks every bit more impressive and epic than the PC Dauntless that would launch years later.
Jesus,
this brings us
I hate
to
this thing
modern
so much.
times. Monster Hunter Wilds, which looks like a borderline MMO in terms of its visual scale, and just, I mean, look. I don't even have to say anything. Look at how epic this trailer is, and even the gameplay that's included in it. It's like watching a damn movie. A movie that you have to hunt these movie-like monsters in, all the while trying to survive their ferocious onslaughts. All of that danger, intrigue, and spectacle in the world and the monsters themselves wasn't there with Dauntless. And that's why Dauntless won't likely last very long, and the Monster Hunter franchise with titles like Wilds will only continue to bear more fruit. Thanks for watching.
Too narrow.
Only the appearance of a stranger saves this area from impending destruction.
There's this ghost jar. I'm gonna farm for more and then last one. So many farmers. Nothing. I hate this thing so much. Guild Wars. Alright, death of a game.
Guild Wars 1. I spent countless evenings as a young teenager at my uncle's place playing on his PC that managed to have an ATI Radeon graphics card. Guild Wars 1 was all kinds of special in an easy to consume, affordable, and approachable model. Not only did it feature legendary developers like the main developer behind StarCraft 1, James Finney, as a lead designer, the team was also led by Mike O'Brien of former Blizzard fame, known for coding the 3D engine in Warcraft 3 and being the wizard behind Battle.net. As the designer and founder of the company behind the whole impressive affair, ArenaNet, the team was strengthened by yet more Blizzard talent, such as Patrick Wyatt and Jeff Strain. With this duo and many more talented, noteworthy developers and the funding of NCSoft to the amount of around an estimated $25 million in development cost, Guild Wars 1 would launch their first campaign April 2005. While Guild Wars 1 would be called by many outlets, incorrectly I might add, as an MMORPG against the actual reported definition and genre of the game, it was actually sold and developed as a co-RPG, or better yet known from the Japanese world as a MORPG. It's the older, yet littler brother to the MMORPG genre, a more so cooperative-focused virtual world that doesn't have much focus, if any, on massive or large-based content. These games are also typically very instanced due to the architecture and design of them. Whether Guild Wars 1 took inspiration from Phantasy Star Online or simply learned from their time with Battle.net and benefited from PSO's innovations largely, like PSO, Guild Wars 1 was able to bring in a new fan base who didn't have a home in the virtual world space and lead the torch for more RPGs in the West. With the last expansion having launched August 2007 and the last major update being in 2018, and clearly it existing in a maintenance mode, with most of ArenaNet's focus being on their sequel title Guild Wars 2, which launched in 2012 and is still receiving updates and expansions. Although it shares the same name though, it's actually quite different than the Guild Wars that we are covering today. Nearly 20 years later, Guild Wars 1 has found itself on the Death of the Game series, a series where we search for the largest contributing factors to the death or failure of a particular game or company, with the help of utilizing a timeline of events, obtaining the clues and bits of evidence along the way, finally culminating in a final deduction, every detective's favorite moment. Before we get to the case, it must be acknowledged that oftentimes people misunderstand the series and think that the main focus is somehow to be negative or only document failures. But sometimes games just die because they are old, or because the development team moved on to the sequel, or many more reasons that we will detail throughout this, because death doesn't only have a literal meaning. Think of the death analogy as someone dying of natural causes in this case versus some gruesome murder too. The point is, Guild Wars 1 isn't in this series because it was a failure in any capacity, but it's one of the most important virtual worlds in our history, and one that I have spent way too many thousands of hours playing and studying. It's important we document subsequently, along the normal lines of the series as described above, why Guild Wars 1 was so special.
Oh wait, I hate that. It's just so cramped. Someone is farming here too. I hate this Payon, shade of Payon, dude. This guy mobbing? Yeah, he's mobbing. Oh, mobbing. Interesting. I'm out. Can fight all those. is this? This thing so much, dude. They just
and innovative, and why it should be remembered despite most having moved on from it. Let's get to the case though. Choose your class and dual class, and let's save Ascalon detectives. Spike on 3, 2, 1. The story begins with the founding of ArenaNet in 2000. ArenaNet was founded by Mike O'Brien, Patrick Wyatt, and Jeff Strain in Bellevue, Washington. All three coming from Blizzard Entertainment and working across multiple of their major titles. They would also feature some more prevalent Blizzard developers like James Finney, the brainchild behind StarCraft 1's design. The company would be originally called Triforge, but would quickly change to ArenaNet shortly after. At this time, Phantasy Star Online, another pioneer MMORPG title, or MMORPG title, was just launching and reaching its major success from Japan and then on globally, right at the turn of the century. This would make the market a perfect time for a Western equivalent style game, with some natural differences and innovations. While WoW hadn't launched yet, something people often forget or are unaware of is that many developers in the industry, on the know, were aware of the title before the players were. WoW was already known as early as the early 2000s in rumblings. Guild Wars 1 had the ability, because of this, to position themselves as both the West's answer to PSO and an alternative title and play experience to WoW. NCSoft would acquire ArenaNet off the strength of them working on the technology required to build the game they wanted. My assumption is ArenaNet was able to showcase their channel-based world design, where each channel represented a different instance, and a collection of instances existed in different regions. Allegedly, this came from their experiences working with Battle.net, but I also must acknowledge that PSO had just accomplished this a year or so prior, so it was already known about on the market to an extent. I bet NCSoft, a Korean-based company, realized they essentially had a Japanese online-level RPG coming from a very talented Western development team with strong Blizzard roots. Talk about hitting gold for only $6 million to acquire the company, and then $25 million to build the game. Mike O'Brien, too, wasn't just a good leader, but was a top-shelf programmer, too. It should be remembered, as I said in the very beginning, O'Brien literally invented Battle.net, so when they talk about their innovations coming from that, my guess is they're more so talking about the map design, where you would load into each section and load the maps. But they also had James Finney, the lead developer behind StarCraft 1, which would later become a sport in Korea. So Korea must have had an insane amount of respect for the team on top of things, and a lot of general will to work with them. The early reports basically confirmed this. Richard Garriott, who was leading the NCSoft division in NA at the time, was swayed by the quality of the technology presented and the pedigree of its creators, and ultimately feared them being scooped up. Richard would even go on to say that they could revolutionize the business model for online games with such a game like this, which we have to give Richard credit because he was actually put in charge of NCSoft's NA division and helped orchestrate the acquisition and launch of Guild Wars 1 and other titles brought to the West from Korea and others created in the West. Richard also, in many ways, was right, and NCSoft at the time wasn't actually a big believer, and I'm sure many people had to do some convincing. But on top of those other things that I mentioned, it probably was much easier knowing that you're working with many of the same talent that made Blizzard who they were. The development for their upcoming multiplayer title, not yet announced publicly, would be announced in April 2003 and confirmed. And it would take ArenaNet 3.5 years to build their channel system and map download system, which would mimic the Battle.net system of loading into a lobby and having to load the maps. But after loading them once, you wouldn't have to load them again. This was an innovative system that allowed Guild Wars 1 to stream content to players in more real time and thus reduce the cost of server fees. Within a year, Guild Wars 1, ArenaNet's first virtual world and online RPG, would be revealed to the public in April 2004. Guild Wars 1 was meant to be the game you could play 30 minutes before dinner, without needing to schedule a whole day or night for a session. It was intentionally designed to be more cooperative, encouraging players to work together to complete the various zones before reaching the next zone and hub zone, and the various PvE content in between those zones, and of course the PvP modes. After the public reveal, ArenaNet would, in a stroke of genius, exhibit some of the smartest word-of-mouth marketing we have seen, and
there's so much
honestly,
here.
Might have led the way for it in general.
But there's too
they
many.
Would, during E3's convention, RIP E3, host an open beta test demo that would allow for players from the floor to play with other testers that were invited, a practice that would actually become commonplace in future conventions and testing systems, and I know from personal experience. Up to 200k players would test the game over the course of 5 days, while the game was still being viewed on the floor of E3. Why word-of-mouth is so important can't be understated. It's the most important marketing in virtual world gaming because it gets you in the door most of the time. A sense of community, FOMO, and other exciting things that come with joining a new world also are a part of the picture. But once you're bought in, there's a much higher chance that you'll stay bought in. That's kind of how virtual
God
worlds
damn.
work. If only corporations would just heed this advice and realize no matter how much dozens of millions you throw at a game, if it doesn't have a positive word-of-mouth marketing, and it's not actually a good game, and good games don't get magical good word-of-mouth marketing organically, you aren't going to reach that targeted goal that you have. Sorry. And there's many examples that show this to be true, like how Dead Space 3 sold well but didn't meet the publisher expectations due to the inordinate amount of money spent on marketing it, so they weren't happy about it. This is even more important for virtual worlds because nobody is going to join a world that's already faltering at the start, and if it has a bad reputation from the get-go. ArenaNet, though, wasn't just a hype job. They were proving publicly that their product worked, with all the confidence in the world behind it. This also allowed them to build a core audience before their game even came out, which is also important for a virtual world, and really any brick-and-mortar place of business, which is how virtual worlds in many ways should be compared to. Guild Wars 1 would launch, well, the first campaign set in a series of campaigns to launch would launch as the base platform in a sense April 2005. Dubbed Guild Wars Prophecies, Prophecies would not only set the tone for what the game would be, tell the prophecies, it would set the tone of how the story and subsequent stories would be handled. Prophecies was a stroke of genius, even my bias aside, because it did something other virtual worlds did good, but it did better. It opens up with a well-taught and designed tutorial system that is essentially a prequel. This tutorial is an entire zone and world, and it teaches you how to play as you progress through the story. This culminates eventually in the story with you leaving this time period dubbed the pre-Searing. That's because after the tutorial expires, you essentially realize the world you just learned about and experienced, spoiler 20 years later, will never be the same after the Searing, with the introduction of the Char. But the best part is, you guys might think a tutorial locks you into a pre-time period, and that sounds restrictive, but many legendary nerds would even grind to max level in the pre-Searing phase. Yes, just like that South Park episode where they keep killing boars to hit max level in WoW. The actual minute-to-minute gameplay in Guild Wars 1 and map design was incredibly similar to Phantasy Star Online, specifically their sequel map design, and even Diablo to an extent, which Phantasy Star Online was made to mimic, meaning that Guild Wars 1 was actually an innovation to PSO in that respect and could have led to PSO evolving towards that in some ways later on, with PSO 2. You would travel from zone to zone encountering new quests and NPCs. In different zones, there would be hub zones, which were effectively cities that you could meet other players who then traverse these dangerous zones. These zones would get stronger in level and would present unique threats throughout them, including bosses with unique skills and unique strategies. The actual gameplay itself is classic tap, target, mouse, click style, where WASD or movement keys is kind of suboptimal, and jumping as a feature literally doesn't exist. The gameplay is fairly rudimentary, upon first glance. Then you realize the genius of the combat in Guild Wars 1 isn't because it's flashy and fast-moving and fluid. It doesn't come with the 360 no-scopes and the fast-paced button-pushing stuff. It actually comes with what we call big brain build wars. Yes, Guild Wars is often called Build Wars. It's a turbo nerd like me's wet dream. Tons of game modes utilizing multiple people on teams and a dual class system where you can combine two classes into a unique class in itself. To contrast, this is not the same as a hybrid class. These are two straight classes combined together. Prophecies would launch with 6 of these classes, or professions as they were called. Warrior, a balanced and tough archetype who would utilize signets and pressure to win fights. Ranger, who could utilize various escape skills, poisons, and special crowd control to beat its opponents. The Monk, who specialized in healing and protecting its teammates. The Necromancer, who was about debilitating its enemies and healing itself with the stolen life from them, as well as summoning creatures to fight for you. And the Mesmer, arguably the most unique class in Guild Wars 1 base, which was a support DPS who specialized in largely making people suffer in a multitude of ways, like backfiring spells or making people share damage. Finally, you would have the Elementalist, arguably the most famous Guild Wars profession that utilizes the 4 elements in a multitude of different ways to summon spells and buffs. You could use whatever weapons you wanted with your class, so you could create crazy classes and new archetypes like the Bunny Thumper, where you're a ranger and a warrior rampaging with a giant hammer knocking people down, or a touch ranger / necro who focuses on stealing life and kind of being annoying. Sorry, I like those two. You could effectively, though, create new classes, playstyles, and archetypes all together because of the sheer amount of playability in the game. But you weren't just limited to the classes that you chose. You could, with the PvE portion of the game, through the use of the skill signet, unlock new skills littered throughout the world, including boss fights that would give you elite skills, in which a player is then granted that elite skill or ultimate ability. This skill acquisition system, combined with dual classing and a non-restricted weapon system, made Guild Wars 1 incredibly impressive gameplay-wise. This means that even though Build Wars and the concept of it might seem limiting in some ways, the amount of gameplay and variety of play in Guild Wars 1 is some of the most I've ever seen in any virtual world ever. Guild Wars 1 offers some of the best gameplay for strategy-focused players, and this was perfect for the time, when many virtual worlds and MMOs were still focusing largely on that. This is particularly cool because the lead designer of the game was the creator of StarCraft 1, which is another of my favorite games and favorite strategy games. And it also means that James just knows how to make strategy games. But although PvE and cooperative play intuitively seem like the only and main way to play Guild Wars 1, and don't get me wrong, the PvE is worth going through at least once even if you missed it the first time around, detectives. But I think that the biggest surprise that came from Guild Wars 1 and red pilled the rest of my life was how good the PvP was. Cooperation isn't just about fighting monsters or AI, it's about fighting other players too. And Guild Wars 1, and I will be on record saying this, has the single greatest amount of PvP content and variety out of any other MMO or MMORPG. It's not even close, and the PvP itself, as imagined from the skill system and strategy mentioned above, is incredibly team-focused, incredibly unique, and incredibly in-depth. I will attempt to cover how insanely stacked it actually is in quick time. Guild Wars 1 not only had local PvP arenas specific to each level range of the area you were playing in, it had an incredible amount of PvP modes outside of that to participate in. While you could play this with your PvE character that you could level to max level, which was level 20, you could also just create a PvP character. The downside is that you wouldn't have all of these skills unlocked, but the way the PvP system worked on top of that was genius. You would start with random arenas upon reaching that max level. Then, upon winning enough matches, you could unlock team arenas. And then with Team Arena, you could unlock the Hero Ascent system. Random arenas on top of that were randomized solo queue teams, team arenas were pre-mades, and then Hall of Heroes was this 8 vs 8 strategic battle over the course of multiple map trials that must be completed. Then you had things like faction PvP with Fort Aspenwood, and then Jay Quarry, alliance battles, the Hero Arena, or the Codex Arena, because they changed the name later on. And finally, the big dog of Guild Wars and the bearer of its name, Guild vs Guild, or Guild Wars. With Guild vs Guild as it was dubbed, you had 8 vs 8 taking place in various maps that players could choose for themselves as their guild home or guild hall, and then must defend. Each of these guild halls had different mechanics, and Guild vs Guild was essentially fighting people in their favorite map, while having them to have to fight you on yours shortly after. Guild vs Guild wasn't just deathmatch, there was unique objectives depending on the guild hall. And you also had the rally or the flag mechanic system. Once you ran a flag properly, you could obtain an overall health and energy buff called a morale boost. So you have 8 players, one being a flag runner, one being a splitter, or a player that runs from area to assist. I played the split player, aka Interrupt Rangers, who specialized in winning fights with my elite interrupting abilities. If I was able to interrupt a monk's healing spell, I would disable it and them for a while, allowing me to likely secure a kill for my team. Of the remaining 6 roles, you would typically have 2 monks or support players, one playing a traditional healing role and the other playing a prop monk, which was unique to Guild Wars 1.
What is this for?
Prop monks, or protection monk, would preemptively block damage and were very difficult to deal with.
Tilapia,
of the remaining 4, this is where the variety
great.
differs the most, because they're usually led by a warrior with a res signet or some kind of assassin who then charges in to attempt to find targets. Guild vs Guild though is incredible and so complex. It's easily the most fun I've had in a PvP game mode. Because it's guild based, it has a ranking system that if you're ranked high enough you get invited to high level tournaments that you can then win trims on your cape for, gold trim being the most impressive one. But there's also pride on the line for defending your own hall because it's guild based. It just made me think about PvP in a strategic way that no other game has. GVG is so big brain that you have entire websites dedicated to explaining the builds and how they work and different strategies. And there was even a spectator system, where shitty players like me would spend...
Alright, I'm gonna call it a day. Alright. Guys, thanks for watching. Thanks for tuning in. I'm gonna stream tomorrow again. If you're on YouTube, subscribe. If you're on Twitch or Kick, follow me. I'm gonna see you guys tomorrow again.